Проверка. Проверка. Вроде нормально. Раз как меня понять, как меня слышно там. Проверим. Так, еще один тест. Угу. Ну, это нормально. План таков. Проходим и Силизиумом. О, здравствуйте, хлеб. Спасибо. Ну, основная проблема, просто я был занят. Все свободные дни я был занят. Сейчас я немножечко себя решил развлечь. Так вот, не все же всякими юнитами заниматься и познавать, как работает Джука и Unity. Как у вас все хорошо, хлеб? Насколько может быть хорошо в данном году? С теми особенностями этого. Угу.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reels attach to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader.
По городу бегали. Угу. Надеюсь, плодотворно. Давайте так скажем. Послушать пленку.
Push Command Z,
Угу.
and
Да,
the
понимаю.
tape starts spinning. Violent static and machine sounds fill
Нажимаешь
the air.
Command, и катушка начинает крутиться. Воздух наполняется сильнейшими помехами и звуками работающих механизмов. Знаете, чего я не знал? Что диск резюме на самом деле это какой-то непростой мир, и тут есть какой-то мега-туман, что эти вот страны, они на самом деле на каких-то лодах находятся. То есть, ну, понятное дело, там материки и прочее, но они разделены какой-то фигней, каким-то белым туманом или что-то такое. Я вот этого не знал. Ну, единственный вопрос у меня, зачем? Зачем это было делать? Ну, типа, просто детективная история — это норм. В каком-то выдуманном мире, который похож на наш, просто выдуманное все. Но, с другой стороны, хуже прям сильно от этого игру не делает, но с точки зрения мира это странно. Правда, в игре я про это вроде бы ничего не находил, но я какое-то видео посмотрел, по-моему, был в Джате, что-то такое было. Мне стало любопытно, первую часть посмотрел. Это замечательно, хлеб.
This isn't Revachol. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants.
The harbor. That's the son of a Kvalson crane.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the Apocalypse style. Kill shit. dogs and chickens too. Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real nice one. I don't give a shit. I'm fucking done. I'm done mentally. I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, the dance a whore upstairs. Do it Kohoi style. Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
Ну, знаете, хочу заметить, если мы сейчас вернемся к игре, не выглядит как нечто что-то такое. Ну, то есть, как доказательство не сильно похоже.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arrête on your portal-reel. The tape stops spinning.
End of recording. It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls.
Да, я согласен, то, что игра по-своему особенная, и что других таких нет. Это вы правильно говорите. И жалко, что нету на самом деле. Есть игры такого детективного жанра, там LA Noir, Murdered Suspect, я не помню, как называется, там, короче, там где-то привидения, вот. Такие игры есть, и они интересные по-своему. Но в них, вот LA Noir еще ладно, но там немного свое немножечко, конечно. Там тоже неплохо. Там, по-моему, мне кажется, не хватает некой просветленности. Там, где про призрака детектива, там как раз наоборот, там слишком линейно. И это неплохо, но все равно. То есть, да, в каком смысле игра уникальна в своем роде.
Still,
There's more going on here than we know.
Corty could be short for Cortenard, one of the other mercenaries, the one he was talking to. Probably the mountain at the harbor gates. Mr. Right to Work. A village on the Samaran Isola, in South Safre. Grad committed war crimes there, the kind of thing he talks about.
Угу. Да, совершенно верно. Я, кстати, планирую потом это запустить, Graveyard Keeper. У меня еще есть Duke Nukem Forever. Я не знаю, я очень, когда его только анонсировали, мне было любопытно. Ну, в смысле, что там, его, по-моему, этот доделывали. Как их доделали? Кто там создал Borderlands? Не помню, как этих разработчиков звали. Короче, когда эту игру анонсировали, мне было интересно. Чтобы ее выпустили, сказали, что в принципе средняя она упадет. Вот. Мне еще более интересно стало поиграть в такой шутер, знаете, немножечко середины нулевых. Всегда здесь одно но, он делает это линейно скучным. Можно узнать, что за но? Вот. Ну, Graveyard Keeper, Duke Nukem. Сейчас еще скажу игру, какая там игра. Lara Croft, ну, это просто закрыть некий гештальт, который у меня есть, потому что я когда-то в детстве играл в Lara Croft и не смог ее пройти. The Guardian of Light, это там, короче, что-то она куда-то спускается, какой-то помощничек есть, ну, как обычно, Lara Croft, Майя, все дела, но прикол этой игры в том, что она видно сверху. Fell Seal Arbiter Mask, вот. Это игра, в которую я очень хочу поиграть. По многим причинам, в том числе и для того, что мне нужно знать, как устроен жанр подобных игр. Вот. То есть это вот... хочу понять, как вот... чтобы было понятно, о каком жанре подобных игр идет речь. Это некое тактическое РПГ. Вот, наподобие Final Fantasy Tactics и все остального. Так, деревня на Самарийском изоле в Южной Сафре. Да.
The South Safre conflict is an ongoing proxy war between Grad and Safre. It has been hot for 12 years, with the atrocities piling on.
Who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer. We would need to know the story of this man's service.
A symbol of soldier of the apocalypse style conduct in a civil environment.
I think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you? This seems to contradict her testimony, at least to some degree.
Пойдем поговорим. Наверное, чтобы точнее описать эту сейчас. Короче, то, что особенность игры в том, что типа небольшая карта, и там она поделена квадратиками. В квадратиках вот как в каких-нибудь героях. Но разница в том, что есть разные уровни. Вот. Карта, ну вот эти вот квадратики, все остальное расположено чуть более... В общем, не так, как в героях. То есть в героях как шахматная партия, а тут как бы вот что-то другое. Как будто бы какая-то, знаете, вот больше похожа на какую-нибудь настольную игру, там где с фигурками ходишь, вот что-то подобное. По крайней мере, так происходят бои. Как на карте это видно, я не знаю, на глобальной. Я в детстве хотел в эту игру поиграть. Не в эту, а в Final Fantasy Tactics. А сейчас есть возможность именно в эту поиграть. Я вот в Сталкер играл в первую часть. Тень Чернобыля, по идее, называется. В первой части, по-моему, нелинейность была в том, знаете, в чем? Я помню, когда мой брат играл, в какой-то момент ему открылся возможность пойти прям в зону, и он туда пошел. А у него было задание. Но он просто пошел в зону. Дошел до конца, у него была концовка, типа, хочу быть богатым. Это была, типа, не настоящая концовка. Я сидел и думал, а почему так случилось? Как выпустить настоящую концовку? Мой брат ничего не знал по этому поводу. Я тоже немного поигрывал в Сталкера, и там был момент, примерно того самого же момента дошел, и там был момент, где тебе говорят, слушай, а вернись куда-то назад. Я потом вернулся, там задание даю другое. Я потом брату сказал, говорю, а у тебя вот там был косяк? Не косяк, вот такая особенность, вернись назад. И он, короче, так и сделал. И потом, уже исходя из более полной картины, начал дальше проходить и уже смог выйти на... То есть, как я понимаю, вроде бы настоящую концовку, где там не входишь в этот зал, какими-то учеными дерешься. Там какая-то поляна, еще что-то вот там странное. Ну, не знаю, сколько это настоящая концовка с поляной была и прочее, но это... Там вроде не было такого момента, что, ой, он умер на самом деле.
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain?
Харди дал мне запись, на которой погибший утверждает, что собирается кого-то изнасиловать.
She puts her coffee cup down with a soft ring as the porcelain.
Did he? I never said he was a good man, or that he had good intentions. Only that he was never bad to me.
She doesn't care. If anything, she sounds amused.
Where did they get this recording exactly?
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased. Recorded via a de-encryption station. It's authentic enough.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style? Yeah. That was practically his pickup line.
A memory surfaces in her tired neocortex. It's not entirely unpleasant.
Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style? He liked the way it sounded when he said it. As to Kohoi, he wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little Kohoi. It wasn't his everything.
Угу. Но мой брат не чурался всякими читами и прочее, но тем не менее. Вот, я помню, это я помню. Помню, еще была какая-то часть. Это, наверное, второй аддон был, там где какие-то болота, еще что-то. И там я в нее чуть-чуть поиграл вначале, а потом такой не хочу. Я потом, когда вот говорить, что вот интересный, да, я прекрасно понимаю, за что Сталкер любит. Он достаточно атмосферный. Он достаточно атмосферный, но при этом недостаточно. Для меня был никогда недостаточно. Недостаточно не атмосферный, а недостаточно открытый мир. Потому что меня всегда очень сильно смущали ограничения в этой игре. Просто, чтобы было понятно, тогда же вышел, примерно в один год с ним вышел, или чуть раньше даже, чуть вышел The Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Когда ты сравнишь, понятно, типа жанры это разные, но тем не менее, когда ты сравниваешь игры, где там в Oblivion ты можешь пойти куда угодно, а в Сталкере нет. Ну, в Oblivion даже чуть меньше, чем куда угодно, чем даже в Моровинде, но и тебя это смущало, потому что ты хотел вот какой-то больше свободы. Да, с аномалиями, да, с какими опасностями. Ну, чтобы ты мог просто пойти, как в Oblivion, просто мега открытая карта, куда идешь направо и идешь там до упора. Вот этого мне не хватало, и мне казалось, вот прям, ну, проблема игры. Я понимаю. Просто я к чему? К тому, что, ну, так вот, особенность есть моего восприятия Сталкера. Но игра хорошая в любом случае. Я не спорю, что игра хорошая.
Yes, was he bragging?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he did all those things, then integrated them into his idea of normalcy, to keep on living, until they just sort of turn into his, what's the word I'm looking for?
She's quite observant about the human character, trained to observe, even.
Running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lely's punchlines got way, way funkier than that. He was like the Seminoles conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezut all rolled into one person, then cast in Orani's ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shower. Afraid of what? That tape the Hardy Boys recorded? Your mother probably never told you this, but girls are evil. Had I the physical robustness and social support, I'd be in Kohoi. I would be tearing it up Soldier of the Apocalypse style.
Did he tell you he had actually done any of those things? He and Martinez, I mean?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed He seemed happy, I guess. At ease. As much as a man like him could be.
What kind of man was he? Before you go, ask for details. She seems okay to talk about it.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready. I'm interested to hear what Titus Hardy has to say now.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee.
Like, for example, his name?
Actually, officer, I didn't know his name. I just called him Lely.
A nickname?
Болтиками, кстати, прикольно. А вы напомните мне, болтики там был конечный ресурс? Просто мне почему-то помнится, что их там было чуть-чуть и такой, а почему в роликах он кидает их так смело, а если у меня их всего 3?
I guess.
Да
It
хорошо.
came from Lely's dad.
Ну, что-то просто
It's
неправильно
short for that.
помню.
And it was his
Либо
army
что-то
name,
напутал.
apparently. He said his real name wasn't his. I tried to pry it out of him, but it was no use.
Ну, когда-нибудь, наверное, дойдем мы до Ждалкера. Не, потом, знаете, я задумываюсь, я на самом деле вот не иронично хочу поиграть со Сталкером. Вот в первых, то есть я бы не стал просто сразу в Припять, я сначала Тень Чернобыль, потом в Припять, потом еще что-то там. Их вроде 3 игры. И я бы вот не иронично их прошел, потому что вспомнить вот это было, как говорится.
Lely's dad. That's a good start. We have a few questions you can help us with. A few things a field autopsy alone can't answer.
The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed to you. On it is a list of autopsy observations, recorded neatly in blue. Everything left to be clarified is in the column on the left.
In Oranje, officer. It's, I think, municipality.
The Lelystad municipality has few boroughs and even fewer cities. It's made of agricultural plots near the border of Gottwald. Executive summary: cows, silos, and wheat.
Ну, я помню, что они как-то там мутили, какие-то непонятные у них схемы были, это я помню. Как говорится, GSC Game World, они не могут нормально все сделать, они все делали через жопу. Не забываем об всех их обещаниях, которые они делали перед Тенью Чернобыля. Машины, все что-то там. Притом, на самом-то деле, собственно говоря, вот эта ограниченность мира, она как раз и вызвана, или наоборот, отсутствие машин вызвано ограниченностью мира. Это знаете, как в Fallout? Fallout, который второй и первый, по большому счету. Ну, давайте, допустим, второй. Там же есть, там же как вроде как была машина, и вроде ее там в самой игре даже ее можно вроде починить, я не помню, он будет ездить или нет. Ну, типа, сами разработчики хотели, чтобы был транспорт, достаточно легко доступный, но потом засомневались. Засомневались они как раз и потому, что, типа, как бы, не знали, как это правильно грамотно вписать в игру. Нет, ну понятное дело, я же об этом говорю, что, типа, когда мир начал уменьшаться, а уменьшаться он в том числе и начал потому, что им приходилось резать игру. И от транспорта тоже приходилось отказываться. Ну, типа, а зачем он нужен? Ну, типа, реально, хлеб, а зачем нужен транспорт в Тени Чернобыля? То есть, там же толком-то и не поездить. Угу. Да, да.
Aranye? Aranye's map of waterways? This fits with his tattoo.
You were almost right, officer. That means his race was occidental, not mondial. I'll update the form.
Yes, we were compatriots.
Did that bring you together?
No, he was too old for that. And from another part of Oranien Rek. I didn't even understand his accent. What brought us together was an
Sex. Alcohol. No love for Mother Aranye. But wasn't he a soldier? This could be worth pursuing.
No, he left the National Service after they taught him to do what he did on Seminine. He wasn't the flag-waving kind. He was the making money, killing people kind. He was by no means a stupid man. A people
Да,
person,
да, вот это я
small
помню.
platoon leader,
Что,
certainly not a patriot.
что первая часть, она вот очень камерная, как будто. Ну, то есть не камерная, но вы поняли, как будто тесная. Давайте скажу, что скажем, тесная. А вот вторая часть, которую я играл, вот третью я даже не смотрел. Во второй части как раз мы будем условно называть вторую часть. Давайте не без уточнения, что это аддон или еще что-то. А во второй игре части, там уже как-то попросторнее, и там как раз мог бы пригодиться транспорт. И вы знаете, на самом-то деле, я понимаю, что реализовать транспорт в виде какой-нибудь машины проще. Но я когда играл, я помню, поймал себе такой мысль, что, знаете, было бы прикольно, если были бы лошади. Тогда вот этот момент, знаете, могу с постапоком, он бы чуть-чуть больше добавился, потому что, ну, ты понятие, там не постапокалипсис, там просто такая зона отчуждения. Но, типа, добыть бензин намного сложнее, поэтому проще добывать какую-то еду, которую кормишь лошадку, на лошадке катаешься. Лошадка может там на углу попастись и все такое. Ну, то есть, в этом было бы что-то, типа... Но опять же, это типа из ряда хотелки, не означает, что так и должно было быть. Но просто мне не хватало лошадок. Да, да, да. Так, знаете, самое смешное? Мое мнение, но типа, на основе некоторых наблюдений, я не знаю, может быть, действительно оно так и есть, опять же, обычно об этом такие вещи мало кто скрывает, просто я об этом не слышал, не могу сослаться на авторитет, давайте к этому подведу. Что весь постапок, который вы знаете, ну, большинство игр, литературы, там, книги одно и то же, фильмов, связанных с постапокалипсисом, это по сути вестерн. Даже Fallout возьмите, пустынная территория, коровы, чувак, который ходит, там, решает вопросы. Если что, может начать мочилово. Некое беззаконие. Это все. Вот это сам вот этот постапокалипсис, это вот вестерн, по сути. И, соответственно, вот как возвращаясь к РДР, поэтому некой вот такой легкой стилистики РДР, но вот с таким вот антуражем сталкера, вот, может быть, что-то в этом было бы. Просто лошадку сложно реализовать, там же надо motion capture делать у лошади и все остальное.
Mm-hmm. There is nothing on
Да,
Muindi.
да, да.
The old world is dead.
Но опять же, вы можете любой
Maybe
постапок
what Anya did bring us together.
взять, и там везде будет вестерн.
Amazing.
Например, «Ходячие мертвецы». Там главный герой — шериф. О чем может быть речь? То есть шериф, который просыпается в мире, где упал закон, а он должен как-то пытаться выживать и, ну, как-то все устраивать. Так можете любую игру взять. Ну, почти любую. Наверное, могут быть какие-то игры, которые жанрово будут немножечко отличаться. А вот вы знаете, я к чему про Unity вспомнил? Правда, сейчас надо будет сделать очень хитрую оговорку, чтобы мне ни за что не привели. Короче, есть же всякие курсы, онлайновые и прочее. Вот. Я нашел такой курс на известном сайте. Не будем говорить чей, от кого, чтобы вот просто нашел на известном сайте. Известный сайт он тем, что Хатаб жив. Вот. И, короче, там всякие, нашел всякие курсы. Такие, знаете, с видосиками, еще с чем-нибудь. И вот потихонечку просматривал. Я потом хочу заметить, вот я уже, по-моему, об этом говорил. Я понял, в чем проблема этих онлайновых курсов. Первое, что пока ты за них не возьмешься, ты не поймешь, почему они тупые. Ну, конкретно этот курс может быть тупым. Опять же, может быть, есть хорошие курсы, но вот это, тот, который я смотрел, он туповатый был. То есть, ну, знаете, вот я вот сейчас что-то делаю, например, стрим веду, и ничего не могу отредактировать. Потом режу это там на 20 минутки и пихаю в этот... как проходить дискоризиум, да? Вот все косяки, все лишние разговоры, все свои ошибки, все это пихаю, все это нарезаю и пихаю это в 20 минутки. Вот курс, который я проходил по Unity и прошел его до конца, вот про это. Чувак просто не смог отредактировать свои эти уроки. Мне просто возникло, ну, вроде бы это он, то есть не один это делал, то есть там какая-то группа людей. Вот вы серьезно не могли это все сделать грамотно. То есть ты сначала сядь, просиди, пропиши все. Делай сценарий. Все подготовь заранее, чтобы не было типа, ой, давайте я сейчас на ходу что-то придумаю, а потом мне не получится, потом я откачу все назад, и, короче, все, что 15 минут назад, все, в течение 15 минут мы с вами делали, это все фигня, вот я сейчас за 5 минут вам объясню, как надо было делать правильно. Ну, типа, а вот эти 15 минут можно вырезать? Потому что, как бы, потому что они, в большинстве случаев, даже это не тянет на... Не нужно, ну, типа, знаете, вот, как вариант, но который, типа, не подходит. Это просто не подходит. То есть это просто там было все неправильно, например. То есть оно не нужно даже для общего развития. И такой, зачем? То есть если все сократить, у тебя просто будет меньше воды, больше важной информации, не будет этих постоянных фразах. А теперь вы попробуйте сами. Типа, нет, я сам могу, конечно, что угодно попробовать. Особенно, знаете, вот ладно, а теперь вы попробуйте сами, еще типа, типа как там, получается, как он говорил. Попробуйте сами, а те, кто не хочет, по какой-то причине, там, ленится, еще что-то, я вам сейчас покажу, как надо было делать. Я такой сижу и думаю, типа, чувак, зачем ты каждый раз об этом говоришь? У тебя там на протяжении вот этих всех 3-4 курса, 4 курсов, по-моему, вот ты каждый раз это говоришь, зачем ты это делаешь? И потом, самое интересное, в каком-то из курсов он такой говорит, вот эту вещь вы, короче, вы можете найти в интернете. Но те, кто не хочет искать в интернете, я вам сейчас покажу, как это надо делать. Я такой сижу и думаю, чувак, я уже к этому моменту устал. Чувак, слушай, все, абсолютно все, что тут ты разговариваешь, и даже больше я могу найти в интернете. Я могу просто вбить в Яндекс, допустим, как там что-то сделать в Unity, и мне это выдаст. И на тебя положить болт, и там будет все, что мне надо. Типа, ты просто компиляция того, что мне нужно в одном месте, и чтобы удобно все это посмотреть наглядно, чтобы мне не искать, потому что... типа, зачем? То есть ты по факту мне на самом деле не нужен, а ты еще это, тут начинаешь, как первоклассница ломаться. Что такое? Не звучит не очень. Давайте когда лучше по-другому скажем, как 11-классница ломаться, вот. Да. Вот я даже скажу, а вот какой курс по C-Sharp вы проходили? Давай, так, дайте, подмигните, там, Skill Factory, Skillbox, подмигните.
I love Revachol, though. I hope she loves me too. He was 42.
42? Are you sure? I would have had him above 50.
He had many scars that made him appear older. But no. We even celebrated his birthday like some weeks ago. It was a funny 2 days. He had little reason to lie to me.
Главная проблема была как раз в C-Sharp, потому что ты чувак, там для Unity, ну, там можно и Python знать на самом деле, но главная была проблема именно в C-Sharp. И тот чувак вот в C-Sharp очень сильно косячил. Вот везде. И вот поэтому я, то есть, очень сильно понимаю, как вы понимаете, все косяки касательно вот C-Sharp и всего с ним связано.
Looks like you were right, officer.
Points aren't good. Have one, you old dog, before we all die.
Идите в интернет. Отличный, отличный, отличный. Вот. А я сейчас где? Можно узнать, да? Хлеб. А я сейчас не в интернете? Ай. Попробуйте. Ну, я не знаю, Хлеб, насколько вам это доступно. Хатаб жив. Ну, на сайте Хатаб жив. А если говорить конкретно рутрекер, ни на что не намекаю. Мы берем в рутрекере, если что, качайте только лицензионное. Сейчас я прямо подчеркиваю, лицензионное только качайте. Короче, и там есть всякие курсы. Да. Угу. Я их, конечно же, не качал. Я осуждаю всех, кто выкладывает все эти платные курсы в бесплатный доступ. Это фу-фу-фу так делать. Там они есть. Там есть курсы по C-Sharp. Между прочим. По-моему, Skill Factory. Выключил стрим и все. Ну все. Это потрясающе. Ну вот мы, короче, попробуйте посмотреть. Я сам только начав, и не знаю, что там конкретно. Вот. Потом посмотрю. Не те курсы, которые платные, разумеется, нет. Я их не качивал, что такое говорить. Просто другие. Другие бесплатные курсы, которые были на треке. Угу. Которые общедоступны на YouTube даже есть. Угу. Я просто тут скачал, а было проще скачать. Так что знаете, так и знаете. Ничего платного я не скачивал.
It isn't. Police work is cooperative.
There is no challenge without competition. There must be. This is clearly sports for him. Something like archery or darts.
Можно вопрос, а сколько вы заплатили? Как обычно, мы знаем все эти мега-промокоды, 60%, это все понятно. По факту, сколько вы заплатили? Если что, когда я говорил про промокоды, я кавычки кавычил. Я пальцами это сделал, а потом подумал, что меня же не видно. Я кавычки там.
The young woman looks at you, then the lieutenant, then you. She's enjoying this.
Blue. Light blue. They were like little blue galaxies, you know?
Не,
It
ну,
was strange.
не так страшно,
Those
как я
lines in his
думал.
fucked up face.
6000 не так страшно. Потому что я думал бы, что вот конкретно вам бы, наверное, пришлось бы заплатить. Ну, давайте так скажем. 20-ку. 20-ка, вот, 20-ка неприятнее. Да потому что, я вам так скажу, когда вам, вот вы наверное, сталкивались с этими рекламами, да? По-моему, про промокоду, пройди, 65%, еще что-нибудь. Знаете, в чем этом бред? Потому что изначально они такие берут, как в магазинах, знаете, как в интернет-магазинах. Так, ценник у нас 1000, делаем ценник 2000, делаем скидку 50%, опа! Успей, купи. То есть изначальная цена, она уже она в скидке вложена. То есть скидочная цена это изначальная цена, а которая не скидочная цена, это в 2 раза переплата. Которая никогда не будет, но мы так сделаем. Вот с этими всеми скиллбоксами и скиллфакторами все то же самое. Эти 60% скидки это ложь и обман. Максимум, я во что готов поверить, 5-10% от какого-нибудь промокода. То есть, типа, там они какому-нибудь дают блогеру, то есть, у них базовое, допустим, увеличение в 2 раза, то есть, сделали скидку на 50% на все курсы. Потом, каким-то блогерам кидают еще дополнительно 5-10%, то есть, только если так, вот. Но мне это не нравится. Мне не нравится, что это стало повсеместным. Я хочу настоящих скидок. За что я люблю Steam, что тут такого безобразия почти что не бывает. Бывают некоторые игры, у которых почему-то перманентная скидка. То есть она всегда скидка. Я забыл, как называется. Там игра про этот кооперативная для 4 человек, там какие-то маги бегают. Она как вид сверху такая, много такая мультяшная. Вот там перманентная скидка есть. Но даже без нее игра не слишком дорогая. Там не помню, сколько она стоит. В долларах, давайте так, будем считать в долларах. Долларов 7. И как вот, подождите, вот вы сейчас овладели C-Sharp'ом, вы хорошо им владеете, вы умеете что-то делать?
And he had a beautiful, soft voice. Very surprising, what with all the scarring.
Я к тому, что
It was
вы
quite something.
сейчас не
watching him
думаете там
speak.
себе подыскивать какую-нибудь работу на удаленку хотя бы? Подыскивать, если что, это не значит, что работать надо. То есть я понимаю, что вы сейчас учитесь. Имеется в виду именно подыскивать. Потому что бывает, знаете, бывает интересные вакансии, выходят раз в год. И типа, когда вам понадобится вакансию, вы можете просто, вам придется очень долго ждать. А тут вы заранее увидите, может быть, уже скажете, да, я готов. Арма 3. Ну, Арма 3, да, но с другой стороны, прикол, знаете, в чем Арма 3? То, что она все-таки на большое количество людей рассчитана, и просто так в нее играть как-то неинтересно. Ну, нет, возможно, я вам так скажу, Хлеб, возможно, потому что, не, может быть, вы ошибаетесь, я не смотрю, и у меня идей нет особого желания проверять. Я к чему? К тому, что обычно кооперативные игры недорогие. Особенно кооперативные игры, которые по типу мы группа людей, мы хотим в игру поиграть. Обычно их как раз делать не слишком дорогие, там бывают бандлы, типа купить для 4 человек ключи и прочее. Там типа 4 копии игры. Просто потому, что так выгоднее продавать. Чем, давайте 5 тысяч, там, не знаю, не 5 тысяч, давайте что, какие суммы надо взять. Ну, давайте $40 за игру, каждый. Ну, типа, это неадекватно.
He had a combat wound on his chin and mouth.
Yes. Severe. It made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange smile.
Ah, yes. His hair, if you can remember.
It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made oily.
Это вы правильно
Not just a
делаете.
stroke. I
Я
couldn't
сейчас
convince him to
ненадолго
leave.
отойду. И пока сделаю какие-то замечания, которые вы как раз можете для себя опробовать, посмотреть. Короче, первый момент, что если периодически себе не напоминать что-то о чем-то касательно вот этого C-Sharp'ов, у вас начнет быстро выветриваться из головы. Поэтому нужно там раз в недельку хотя бы себя это дрючить. А второй момент, связанный с этим всем, с работой. Такой, надо вот берете там несколько площадок, где вы там работу смотрите, и подыскиваете. Я вот говорю, я все-таки, ну, можно, наверное, смотреть что-то оффлайновое, если у вас есть, офисное типа, но я бы подыскивал что-то онлайновое, это раз. Второй момент, возможно, пытаться искать, где нужен C-Sharp. То есть, может быть, там QA-тестер какой-нибудь или еще кто-нибудь. Там, правда, может быть, не C-Sharp нужен будет, но еще что-то. Но какие-то такие варианты, где есть применение C-Sharp. Вот. То есть, вам придется каким-то еще навыками овладеть, но, может быть, там будет какой-нибудь junior или еще чем, где можно будет на месте овладеть. То есть, им важно, чтобы вы знали язык программирования, а всему остальному вас научат. То есть, такой вариант возможен. Как, ну, знаете, как базовый, некое начало и все остальное. Да. Мгм. Ну, надо просматривать, продолжать потихонечку, как бы проверять новые, все остальное. Сейчас приду. Давайте, удачи вам, хлеб.
Sure, waterways. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though. How? Imagine him lying in bed, freakish musculature laid out on the sheets. Scarred, of course. Tattooed. The sheets are dirty for some reason.
Is this Orani's lit?
Yes, this is the very essence of what Anis lit. A moment's respite, dark and hopeless as the struggle itself. He's smoking and drinking, of course, and his chest and shoulders and arms are and the woman goes like, "What was this, baby?" And he says, "That was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that." So she goes, "Okay, but what's this, baby?" And he's like, "Saw some bat shit there. Killed some loincloths." And so it goes. Star after star, port after port, third world country after third world country. And he's done horrible things in every single one of them. Oh, yeah. No, thank you. I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what they meant without looking at them.
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Orania needed some people killed, so they turned him into a grotesque killer. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people in the Seminine Islands, and on other islands too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself. Change of topic, perhaps? Is the Union communist? They're a couple of shades pinker than that, no? Social Democrats? They're not hardcore in that way, is what I'm trying to say. What are we talking about anyway? This politics shit is a lot in the morning. Is it even morning?
I think she's just tired. She doesn't know what you meant by that. And you could blame her, a little. It was a pretty straightforward question that she refused to answer.
A real rainbow splattering of pharmaceuticals, I bet. Barbiturates, amphetamine. How much does the toxicology report cost the police of Revachol? I can do it for half of that. Save you some money, make some myself.
It's quite expensive, miss, but we'll manage without your help for now. All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more. Wait, stop. That man, bloated beyond all recognition, was 42? Below the damage, the weeks of decomposition, all the swollen indignity of mortality. He was 42 years. How old are you? That's where this is going. 45,000 liters of raw alcohol has left its disfigurements. You could ask either one of them.
Huh? How old? 58. He was deceased. He had been decomposing for a week.
There's silence. Then a little. Here it comes. Mercy.
Sure, you're 42. Let's go?
Wait. This requires scientific measurements. To the laboratorium.
Мгм. Допустим. Давайте пойдем.
It's you again. What is it? And
He tenses immediately. Chest tightens. Jaw sets. Ready for another blow.
that fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol. I gave
That fucker wasn't aimed at you. It was at her.
locker room talk. What are you, fucking brain dead? I've been to plenty of locker. What did she have to say then? Fine by her? This is what people are supposed to be like? Fucking whoop-de-doo.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
Funny. No good goddamn psycho whore.
Seems like they wanted to give Claudia a second chance to play along.
Right. All fucking righty then. I guess it's good then. That fucking...
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors, Titus.
This is just perfect. just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawman?
You don't have to say everything out loud. Just mix and match.
Nah, I know her. She's just a girl. In over her head. Yeah, you're right about that. She takes way too...
Well, it's as they say. You can't do anything with an underdose.
With an overdose, you can at least try to come off it. Take a bath, do breathing exercises, get medical attention as necessary. With an underdose, underdose isn't an actual word.
Yeah, but I mean, she has an actual drug problem. Not like you. Not like us. I don't think I've ever seen her sober. I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
There's less gusto in his voice now. His men too are growing increasingly silent. They're confused. This is growing over their heads.
Come on, Titus. We know you didn't hang him. He was shot. I know you're tired. So am I. Why don't you just...
You know what? I am tired. I'm tired of you and the whore upstairs. Next time you see her, tell her Titus said, "Fuck off!" That lying, scamming. We're done. This is over. You understand? Your little investigation is over.
Yeah.
On the floor, beer drips out of the can into a small pipe.
What is this quiet funeral shit? All we need is some beers in us. Bartender, 20 beers for the Dock Workers Union.
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager.
The window might be closing. The more beers they get in them, the less cooperative they will be.
Так, неплохо.
Convince Titus he's being manipulated. You should know by now. Titus Hardy will never falter. But you know someone who might. Fat Angus, the powerful guy, Mr. All Muscle. The time has come. Put him in the pressure cooker. Just remember, it's about more than Clausia. It's about these men and Martinez, their district, their responsibility.
Huh?
He'll get it. Go on.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
Bring that up one more time, and you won't get to write that report.
Yes, I understand, Alain. That's your name, right, Alain? You'll kill us. That's what they do in the wild north.
Сложно, сложно.
It wasn't that. It wasn't. We just couldn't get him down, okay?
That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out. Now go in for the...
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
Firearm. A Glass 08 or a 38 caliber pistol. Either is small enough for you to have missed. He's onto you. Steel yourself. Push on. Just ignore Theo.
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when...
Shut up, Angus!
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control.
Does he? His closed fist is shaking. It's you who's in control. Let them...
Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying.
I left it home. I can't get it. I'm too fucked. I'm sorry.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus. I told you just give her up.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
You're in. He's all yours. Questions?
Me too.
He nods.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death, the bullet in his head.
Another nod.
'Cause the girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
Girls plural. There's another girl. 2 of them. Take note of this.
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't.
He doesn't think she did. Or at least he hopes she didn't.
Classier came down. She seemed really out of it. Drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? Not in a fun way. It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died. I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario. Only in reverse.
Good analogy, boss.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. And you keep taking it easy too, Angus. We went upstairs. Sure as day the Merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking dirty sheets and bottles everywhere.
He means they'd been fucking.
Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse we hanged. Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window replacement business.
Tibbs. That's short for...
Yeah, good man.
Bet their father's named Atticus Hardy. Lucretia Hardy would be their sister. Anyway,
You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own. Yeah, she wouldn't. She's fucked if she shows up on police radar. They're powerful, connected to the moral intern. She's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she showed up in your systems, she'd be ghosted away.
that's all he knows. That's all she's told him.
And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing. Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that's, I'm thinking, someone's past caught up with them. Either her.
Hers, you mean?
I mean the people after Klausya. Maybe the shot missed. Maybe it was meant for her.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
Но так как мы знаем, что у чуваков есть снайпер, то есть это, возможно, наемники сами его шлепнули.
My dude. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns, training, years of bad blood, probably. Or it could have been someone else from Crenell. Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do. If I wasn't too busy doing this clown dance with you.
He's calm now, threw all that turmoil away, and became... These theories, not bad. Don't buy either one, but still, this guy's not as dumb as he looks.
In a manner of speaking.
Remember the two girls? He may be talking about the other one.
That's right. It was her idea to hang him. I liked it for political reasons. It sent a good message. Fella, you think too much. He's off all right. You're gonna hurt your head. That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway. We're Hardy Boys, and that's it. Nope. You're not getting to her. It's Klausya you want to talk to.
The lieutenant gives a smile only you can see.
You do that. Hey, cop. Before you go. Klausya, came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, she refused that protection. But, that's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple of ruins.
We'll take that into account.
Причем Есть вариант, что убил человек, хотя ладно, сказал из этого, но мог и из этой коморки убить. Why not, как
It's
говорится.
always good to see you.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come.
I understand.
Just like that. No resistance. Her shoulders are slouched, her feet long and straight.
Здравствуйте, Фанни Фоксик. Да, микро у меня говно на данный момент. Нет, это можно исправить. Но я сейчас почти не стримлю, поэтому пока живем как есть. Да, ну самое фиговое, так что ничего страшного. Самое дешевое, самое фиговое. У меня будет возможность все исправить. Посмотрим только когда. Либо в ноябре, вот в середине, либо чуть позже.
I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you. It's what you do. You're the police. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for wasting your time.
This is good. Clear the air first, between you two. Then move on to
Как поживаете? Все
hostels.
хорошо?
No, it's not good. It's the opposite of that. This will let her... Shush, I can't hear what she's saying. Let the miss speak. She's tall and thin and tired. A twig trying so hard not to break.
If you knew we would find out eventually, why did you waste our time?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into. You're right. There's more. You answer to the
Ну, сейчас
coalition
же
revenue,
10,
and
10,
by
11,
extension,
11.
the moral intern.
Можно подглядеть себе какие-нибудь, что-нибудь хорошенькое.
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again. A grand expanse of water reaches over the bay and to the horizon, golden grey in the noonlight. The Pearl, the Muindi Isola, the Occident, and then Oranje, the old, old world.
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts. I have people after me, and they have friends in the moral intern. Some are moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will.
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
Fucked? People after her? Moral intern people? This isn't Orani's lit. Here we go. For once, you seem to have her off guard. Actually, this murder did have a little to do with her.
I did. I also had a side job selling insurance that I was really good at. Got picked up by a bank. Competitive intelligence, they called it. After that, I sort of, transitioned out of the whole culture scene. It's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Ravishol, or even in Oranje.
What exactly did you do?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again. With a bigger company. The kind you really, really don't fuck with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting.
I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you.
The job was Lou's doing County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Lou Scott conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them. As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too, along with Lou Scott and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive.
Laws cap. These people engineer financial disasters in second world countries. The conglomerate also includes the Bank of Consecration, Airberg, and the popular Papalolo line of dairy products.
Yeah. Papa fucking Lolo wants to kill me. Sure. I'm not a war criminal, but it was bad. People lost their jobs. Good people, too, not just C-suite. A lot of people got hurt, but that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder. We were there. Together. In bed, I mean. Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass. I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open. Dumb. I could see. I could.
A great pain moves through her, a dark and indefinite wave.
I knew he was dead before he fell down on top of me. He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs. I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
Oh. So am I.
What time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus other things. I was drinking.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off. much more than usual.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines, just to clear my head.
Good thinking. Clear your head. You should clear your head. Get.
Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of the...
No. Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot.
Привет,
Just a little.
Румата, давно не видимся. Как вы? Что вы? Где вы?
He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore. So I ran down and out of
И
my
никак не
room,
закончу.
into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there.
Но сегодня будет точно последнее, потому что я хочу поиграть в другие игры. Спокойно играть в другие игры в будние дни. А что это вы кушать хотите? Покушайте, что проблема? Чини. Да вроде нормально. Времени на все не хватает. А, уже кушаете. На стриминг времени не успеваю хватать. Работа. И половину времени это на работу, вторая половина времени отдыхаешь и параллельно изучаешь Unity. Пока я начал с Unity. Работа, к сожалению, пока никак не связана с Unity. Но решил себя чем-то занять в свободное время. А второй момент связан с этим. Больше занять, лучше скажем. Второй момент связан с чем? Ну, с Unity, ну вот, потихонечку.
Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time.
Да.
I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong.
План был справиться чуть раньше, но как есть, так и есть.
Ruby.
Ruby. You know, the leader.
The leader?
The Hardy Boys. Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer.
А как вы вообще, Румата? Может, во что-то играете, что-то время уделяете? Я тут, знаете, вот попробовал бесплатную корейскую игру Undescendable. Она странная. Я пока ее не понял. Она местами сильно напоминает Pass of Exile, и вот по этому вопросу у меня возникает вопрос. А почему не Pass of Exile поиграть? Она оптимизирована, она хорошо оптимизирована, там красивые персонажи. Там красивая одежда, в отличие от Pass of Exile. Pass of Exile во что-то не оденется в каких-то лохмотьях. Я не знаю, может быть в лейте, но до лейта я так никогда не доходил. А там, ну, прям в самом начале красивая одежда, красивый персонаж. Там только чувствуется, что тебя немного подталкивают к донату. Вас тоже душит что-нибудь? Работа душит?
This ruby, in her phrasing, is entrusted with great power. She trusts her.
Would you say she is the 8th Hardy Boy?
Why not? Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation, that I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. That's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower, to keep him upright.
To produce lividity, matching a hanging?
Yes.
This is concurrent with your doubts at the autopsy about the coloring being.
About half an hour had passed since the moment of death.
She nods.
You were late. The marks would be faint by that time.
Давайте, отходите, я потом прокомментирую.
Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on many times. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do, make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would. Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while, that we should lay low or something. So I did. I don't know. I haven't seen her since.
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so much trouble to hide something someone... What are you doing? Coming up with a theory. She said Ruby knew something was wrong before she said anything. How come? It was loud downstairs. She couldn't have heard the shot. It is ominous. You already coming up with theories that put the blame on someone other than Clausia.
When he was shot? I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear any... What? Why would I put myself through this? Insanity. Get myself cornered like this. He wouldn't have died if it weren't for me. I know that. But I would never hurt.
All kinds of crazy things happen when drugs are involved. Sweet, sweet drugs. He was a serviceman. He must have had a gun lying around, close to her hand. Now you guys suddenly have theories pouring out, when they're obviously just stabs in the dark.
What does that mean?
Отлично.
Do drugs make you aggressive?
Так, Евангелион я вообще никак не решусь посмотреть. Хочу всех Евангелионов посмотреть от начала до конца. Ну, типа, знаете, по... То, что называется, по... От старого к новому. Туда я... Хорошие надо оставлять на потом.
No. People don't take drugs to kill each other. They take them to feel okay with each other. I thought you Ravishol people would be more enlightened on this. I'm sorry, officer. I did not kill him to defend myself.
True, sire. 'Tis true.
I'm sad to hear that. They must have said it in some fit of frustration or...
Как вам Дом Дракона и
They couldn't have meant it.
Кольца Власти?
I've talked to them after it happened. No one has implicated me.
Лучше уже не будет. Ну, не знаю. Это же меха, как я помню. Мех много хороших. Можете другие мехи посмотреть.
No. I specifically asked him not to carry firearms when he was with me. He only had his stupid armor. I don't know. His friends have rifles. Maybe those psychos did it? Coalition military have rifles.
She might have been a tad disingenuous when she avoided talking about the bullet. Look who's waking up from 1,000 years of sleep.
I've said I'm sorry. What more do you want me to say? I did my best not to lie. It didn't always work.
Ну, если вам понравилось, Ромата, то и ладно.
Like what? That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break. I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen with anyone so they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me. I just don't know. I don't know anything.
Я не смотрел, поэтому я не могу осуждать. Я решил не смотреть и не осуждать.
We can't go
Того, что
to
я
Moscow.
слышал,
Not yet.
те моменты,
There
что
are
я
other
видел,
saner leads.
говорят мне, что не смотри. Мне говорят, не смотри, потому что ты ты не сможешь это разбыть.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. If there's one thing I know, it's because I'm an idiot.
Which is an indicator of true idiot. She's nothing of the sort.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call.
Her jaw is clenched. Her throat moves.
He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud. Thud. So I called you. I hope with all my heart it's not.
She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not have been a lie. That is impossible.
Дом дракона тоже не стал смотреть. Я решил, что, знаете, когда я начал смотреть «Игру престолов», на тот момент, по-моему, вышло уже 4 сезона. Вот я подожду. Спокойно сидеть, смотреть сезоны. Ну, пока торопиться куда есть. А потом сиди в ангоинге, жди. Зачем? Другое дело, что можно так дождаться того момента, что ты просто не захочешь дальше смотреть.
Oh God, that was a lie too. Who made the call then? She did, of course.
Last week, Angus and Titus's brother.
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct the scene. It's right. Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye. She nods silently. She doesn't. He's thinking, or should we arrest her? She's a flight risk and she lied to you. She should be taken. No, that won't be necessary. Just leave her alone. She's been through it. This guy won't budge. You have to wake Multiface up, forcefully, if you want to continue pushing her. Who? What? Dear God, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not candid at all. She's smoke and mirrors and will. She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately before she further entangles you in her web of lies.
Возможно, разгонится, а возможно, нет. Я не помню, какой пример привести. Ну, тех же «Игры престолов» можно привести, что после... Так вот, там к пятому, шестому, седьмому сезону уже как-то пухленько было.
Take it easy. Don't overcompensate with this course correction. Ask questions first. Yes. Start at the top. Choose. See?
There may be grounds here, at least for an extended detention.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around.
I did. What is this? I called your desk or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Call 8-100-2 for emergencies. There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking.
That is the emergencies. Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around and calling the desk.
What time did you make the call?
Thursday night. It was late, sometime after 12.
It checks out.
She stands before you, holding her back very...
I agree. You wouldn't give us your real name, not when people are after you.
Okay. Okay, it's not. You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Common, sir. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name. So I lied. Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. I'm so tired of it.
Я в 3 немножечко играл уже, а потом не стал доигрывать. Не знаю почему. Может быть, доиграем. Что у нас? Культ овцы. Не знаю. Мне не понравилось. То есть, мне демоверсия казалась интересной, но как-то вот чего-то как будто бы что-то где-то не то. Я зато, знаете, я тут уже говорил, прикупил несколько игр. Fell Seal, Arbiter Mark. Игра похожа на Final Fantasy Tactics. Duke Nukem Forever. Lara Croft and the Guardian of the Light. Это единственный Lara Croft, в котором еще не было. Коллекции. И, короче, как называют их? Допы для Graveyard Keeper. Я докупил все допы для все допы для Graveyard Keeper. Я, может быть, сегодня, если до 3 успеем закончить, я, может быть, поиграю сегодня в Graveyard Keeper. Может, не поиграю. Да, будем заново проходить. Я, кстати, думал, они в этом году выпустят. Они не выпустили. Они что, закончили Graveyard Keeper? Там история законченная, что ли? Непонятно.
No. It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast, in the reeds. It just doesn't say Clausia Amandu. It says Anouk Mea Smith.
Falsified documents?
Passport and visa. Given to me by my employer. I can't even use them. My employer probably leaked the name, Mea Smith, to hurt me.
Why would they do that?
I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. I didn't show up because I was afraid they'd do something to me. The job was finished. I'm just a liability now.
She fears an arrest right here and now. This has been an awful turn of events for her.
West of the boardwalk. In the reeds. On the coast there. I put it there when I first arrived. Haven't been there since. I'm not sure I could even find it now. It's useless.
The lieutenant makes a note of it.
You're welcome to it. It's in the reeds northwest of here, past a broken sewage pipe, right near the waterline. It's Katarzyna Lazie.
It's a Grad name, Jimsk or Yugograd in origin, not Occidental at all. Smells of motor oil, tiger, economic desolation, and rock music infused alcoholism. It also makes Klazia almost an alacronym for Katarzyna Alazia.
It was a sentimental thing. I wanted to be more me here, this time. So I used my nickname.
A nickname? Who gave you this nickname, Klazia?
A teenage boy. 1,000,000 years ago. My parents were Zhimsk immigrants, but I'm nationalized Oranese. All I remember is Oranje. Alasia is my father's name.
She nods. Her round eyes meet yours. They seem moist.
I am. They can never take my sash and my scepter from me.
Yes, they can, for lying. She nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next.
But I haven't done anything illegal.
Failure to aid a police investigation. She purposefully misrepresented information. Fucking mind games. That's right, gang. Stern and merciless now. Stern and merciless as we reel her in. The lieutenant produces a pair of handcuffs.
О, полегче.
Please no. I think I know who did it. Who shot Lely. I can tell you. I can help you.
She's silent for a second, as if looking into herself, gearing up for this betrayal.
Ruby. She has this thing for me. Ever since I met her and the boys downstairs. She's been pretty frank about what she wants.
What she's saying is...
And more. I made the mistake of confiding in her. I told her I was on the run. When I started spending time with Lely, she told me to end it. Said there would be shit if I didn't. It was not a good meeting. We stopped talking after.
I don't understand. What exactly in your relationship made you think she is romantically interested in you?
She said she's in love with me. She even asked me to run away with her when I told her I'm a fugitive. She started developing notions about our relationship.
And you led her on?
A little. I was flattered, you know? But then I had to let her off, and it was not easy. I came to regret being friendly with her. We maybe kissed, nothing more.
This is just an assumption.
I know what it sounds like. That's why I didn't want to tell you before. But she knew what had happened when I came. Somehow, she knew Lely was dead. She wasn't surprised at all. When we came up here, she was calm as a stone, too. She cleaned it all up like she had a plan.
This is a familiar theory. You had it too, remember? Could it be that Ruby was covering up after herself? The lynching? Yet again, you're coming up with this. The worst thing is, it may be true.
She came over one night, drunk, said she'd turn my life into a living hell. I've been threatened before, and she's a pro. She must be. To keep the Hardys in line. I tried severing ties with her after that. I thought it had worked, but...
Some of that fear is still with her. She exhales sharp. What are you talking about? She's afraid you'll arrest
Почему
her.
тяжелая? Тебе читать много надо?
You've been trying to kick that door down, right? Maybe it leads downstairs. She could have come to the roof through that, then taken the shot right here, where I stand. It was dark outside. I wouldn't have seen her.
Interesting theory. Did she know that door exists? Had you been out there with her?
Yes, of course. She's been up here many times, jacking private stations off the ring antenna. She used to come here to drink on the roof with me, before it got weird.
Okay, and what?
Дело именно в том, что вначале мне было тоже тяжеловато играть, потом, когда потихонечку понимаешь какие-то вещи, ты такой, ага. То есть, когда немного вливаешься в мир.
Arrest the liar now. Why? She told us some pretty interesting. Don't arrest her. Push her a bit more, but then let her off. That Ruby theory was solid. And she's beautiful. Her. Stop letting her distract you.
Thank you. Thank you. You won't regret it.
Something tells you, you will. She nods, then nervously pulls on her.
Okay.
She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her. You are. This is not the end of this.
Lies.
Yes, we demand she be. She slowly.
Давайте сходим посмотрим.
You clearly see foot.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
Large print. This print, shoe size is 41 to 42, maybe 43. It could be a large-footed woman, or
The size looks I wouldn't rule out Ruby coming here yet. No.
everything around. You see a heavy steel door with a... The door does not budge.
There must be a key.
Ладно.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off. Golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind. In it are two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman on the single bed. A two-hearted spider. Like the witness said, the man is kneeling, the woman is on her back. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth. A ray cast from somewhere outside, from the roof outside. Location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards. The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime. There could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. This was 72% with an antique weapon that fires military-grade ammunition. A Belma-grave rifle, for example. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing. The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark.
Ну ничего, Роман-то, потом будет, либо сегодня будет Ефет Риппер, либо потом завтра, возможно, будет что-то, либо он завтра будет, либо будет сначала Forever Дюк-Нюком. Ладно, не знаю, хоть Дюк Forever будет интересно на стриме, но мне будет интереснее играть.
Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. None that you've found thus far, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. That's a 28%, yes. In this according to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime. B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet detective. They may be smaller, 700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had. 1.2 kilometers away, the least likely of these positions, let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it, possibly from a tent. 1 kilometer away, an unlikely point of origin. Beyond the docks somewhere, on an islet in the Bay of Martinez perhaps. There are islets there, badly charted, and the shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10 and 33A. The angle would have been extreme, and access to the islets is questionable. 700 meters away, the likeliest of these be...
From where, precisely? I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance? Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nests if we go down the coast. Rule these spots out. It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version. It fits the hidden path.
Ты хочу спать. Кстати, а может быть это проблема? Проверьтесь. Вы не хотите сходить к неврологу? У меня такое бывает, знаете, с книгами. Когда книгу читаешь, я потихонечку засыпать начинаю. Но я не испытываю в этом проблем.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone,
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Yes. It took some convincing, but I got the mercenary's name and a few biographical details.
The lieutenant leans in to listen, notebook in hand.
That suit of armor was issued to an Oranese citizen named Ellis Kortenaer. That's E-L-L-I-S K-O-R-T-E-N-A-I-R. Exact date of birth, unknown. He was signed into the Lelystad County Neonatal Care Unit on 28th of February 09. He was found as a newborn in a leaf compactor near an abandoned farm. He spent 4 months in the neonatal unit, survived apparently, and was assigned to a foster family at 2. This is what the ICP knows about him. He was raised by foster parents, entered the Eastbrand Military Academy in Vredefort at 17, then served in the Oranese forces till he was honorably discharged in 41, just a year before the Seminese conflict. Then the armor followed him to Seminine, or at least I assume it did. And that's it. There are no records of his employment in Crenel, or any of its other incarnations, or him even entering Revachol. It's a garden tool used to press leaves into these cubes. It's a detail the hospital had, the only detail in these files. So I thought it would be good for you to know.
It is. Thank you, Alice.
None, officer. Sorry.
Even that is a small miracle. These organizations usually double-check their inventory. Thank you, Alice. Great work.
No problem, Lieutenant.
A compliment from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Not bad.
A name. This is very good. Elise Cortenard.
Sometimes police work is about human dignity, about giving back names.
I'm glad the inquiry was helpful to your investigation, officer. Did you have any other questions? Just a moment.
10-4, sir. 10-4. Anything else, sir? Over. Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a second. Sylvie Malaika. Yes. Hello? Oh, great. What else? You mean, why did I...
Why not?
Maybe, I don't...
You hear the...
Anything else like 57?
In
Где-то
the
на
cabin,
жопу.
you see a set.
Любопытно, на самом деле. Так вот, насчет засыпаю. Я, короче, поэтому что делаю? Могу взять книжку перед сном и почитать. Почитал так где-то, там, полчасика, часик, опа, и сон накатил.
The trap is poor thing.
Может быть, вам тоже следует, знаете, перед сном поиграли, и опа, спать пошел. Особенно, когда надо рано ложиться, относительно рано, а не хочется. Взяли, поиграли и заснули. В итоге. У меня еще есть второй вариант. Я могу телевизор включить, посмотреть что-нибудь. Опять же, не обязательно же игру играть до посинения, пока не пройдете. Так, чуть-чуть поиграв, понравилось, все, пошел дальше. Там, 1-2 квестика выполнял и пошел спать. Ну вы поняли. Еще хочу замечание сделать. Я тут посмотрел, у Лиги Легенд же сейчас стартовал финал, вроде он уже прошел. Я его посмотрел. И знаете, что хочу сказать? Там церемония открытия. Такое говно. Ну просто отвратительно. Очень плохо. Не, ну просто у Лиги Легенд там шоу в начале, там песенки поют, всякое такое. Ты на это смотришь, вот там годом ранее, или там даже до этого, все было прекрасно, а в этом году такая муть, такая скучность. Потом, самое смешное, открываешь комментарии, а каким-то людям нравится. Ты понимаешь, что ты просто не из их числа. Какие-то люди фанатеют по Джеймсу Вонгу, видимо, его фанаты пришли, начали писать: о, как круто, как круто. Я такой сижу, смотрю, господи. Это ж унылость. Стиль унылый. Джалы унылый. Масштаб унылый. Песня унылая. Вайсел плохо. Особенно в конце было очень странно, когда выходит какой-то певец уже американский известный, который бесил своей бравадой, какой-то ролик у них был до этого, он там типа себя рекламировал. И такой, окей, ладно. Потом выходит это вот событие, церемонии, и там как в завершении, когда должен что-то такое бахнуть, выходит этот чувак, который весь такой на пафосе. С какими-то длинными патлами, какой-то женскую какую-то одежду одет. Может быть, я вру, может, она не женская, но какая-то одежда очень странная была. Ты смотришь и думаешь, нет. Я могу вам просто скинуть. Просто прокликаете, посмотрите, как визуально как это выглядит. Опять же, какой-то синт-вейв, вот эти какие-то розовые, фиолетовые какие-то вещи. То есть такой думаешь, в каком я году?
Is there something here that would indicate a sniper used this place as a nest for taking the shot? Just some...
I don't see it, Lieutenant W. Freitor. I don't see a person take a shot here and hit something there, in the whirling in rags. Those? A smoking assailant who favors Tiumutiri to Astra or Joan? Cigarette butts are...
Tiumutiri was a Revacholian colony on Ilmara. The Suzerainties population was mostly Ilmaran Areopagites, up to 90... Oh, you do? The butts you saw had a silhouette of a boy wearing a
Кстати,
coffin.
насчет текстов не забывайте, у меня энциклопедия.
This boy is the Tiumutiri
Типа, я взял навык изначальный, чтобы
Contemporary
дофига всего
Revacholians
знать.
prefer Yuan,
Поэтому
a
он
local
сыпет
blend
огромное
from
количество
the
фактами.
Southern
Если
Islands,
тупенького, но сильного,
or
там, наверное, все
Astra,
по-другому будет.
a legendary cigarette from Grad. Tiumutiri is favored by older men who like its old-fashioned paper filter tips, insane amount of tar, and the sweet smells of colonialism and halva.
It's not possible to climb that ladder. And even if it were, why? There's no platform up there to aim from. To warm his hands before pulling the trigger? Perhaps. But anyone could have made this. The coast... Truthfully, this seems like a very poor choice to take a 1.2 kilometer rifle shot from. Visibility is awful. There's water vapor everywhere. I think we can rule out... Biddable Prime, was it?
There, 1.2 kilometers over the cold, a glowing light on the third floor of the whirling in rags. Smoking, drinking, being happy and elated.
Ну, с одной стороны, да, с другой стороны, Ил открывает другие приколы. Опять же, прям, вот знаете, вот я понимаю, что фу контент тут не бывает. Наверное, только если зачастить.
Just dead and dying, like poor things.
И каким-то образом прокачать у него все на максимум. Вот тогда у тебя будет фу контент. Логика у меня была тоже похожа, чтобы типа побольше узнать про мир и все остальное.
There's some tear. The trap is for poor thing. A metal and plastic contraption bobs up and down amidst the...
That over there. Must be the boy class you told us about.
Ooh, hidden things, secrets, lie. You lift the boy out of the water without much effort. It's not tied to anything. The cords dangling from the bottom appear to have been cut. The number 11 has been written on the yellow plastic. It hasn't been in the water for very long.
Simple construction. Very unsafe.
It smells like you would expect it to smell. A concentrated version of the coast. There's something in there. A shot glass's worth of seawater pours out. Some algae. And nothing else.
Well, damn. We still got here too late. There's nothing of use here anymore. I have no idea. Or think we do. This is a small loose end, either way. Not important, I hope. That may very well be the case. We should keep an eye on her. Nothing.
You could ask the miss what she thinks. Later, if you have the time. A few low poor thing. A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall. With another 7 shades, a cold sea wind.
День мигрени суп не помог. Попробуйте. Вообще это опасно. Давайте. Всего хорошего. Опасно, когда мигрень. Надеюсь, вы поправитесь. Хороших водных процедур. Короче, проверим сейчас еще раз пирсы.
An old door worn by
From here to the whirling, I can't see how.
Мгм.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is.
Так, доходим до конца пирса, а не вот это вот всё. А что если речь идет про другой пир?
You're back. Good.
Ладно.
What do you see? I don't know. They're about the same size. Not the same boat, no, but they could be the same. It still doesn't rule Ruby out. People change shows, after all. But this isn't. No. These prints are pretty.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't.
officer. Oh,
Did you take the documents?
no, of course not. As I said, it would have been too risky for me to use those documents anyway.
She doesn't seem to be lying. She's genuinely spooked by their disappearance.
They couldn't know where I put it. I'm absolutely sure I was. You mentioned seawater? I was worried I'd been too careless with the latch. The documents were probably just washed away.
Руби их забрала. Обвес.
It's you again. What is it? Why? You're cuckoo, cop. I'm the only man responsible for this.
How many times must I?
Yeah, fuck off!
Sounds like you're making her a suspect in this. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral interns.
And fuck you too, moral fa-
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys.
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory. I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here.
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion. All
because she was here all night.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 101.
She was here all night? 11:30 to 12:15? She was here during all the...
Yeah. No.
That's a lie.
All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has an operation to run from her lorry. We're not getting into what that operation is again. And just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot him. I've been through this.
He's been through it. That means he suspected her too. All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof.
Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't...
Вот забавно, он говорит идиот, а переводит прям матерно. Зачем?
%. There's a percentage and all. Where'd you get it from? Your guys in...
Definitely lie. The truth is not credible.
Wouldn't hurt to have one of those in Martinez. Still, all the labs in the world don't put her on that roof. How'd she get there? Climb? How? People say there was a pinball arcade here.
East Delta Pinball Arcade. Weird place.
Okay, but how'd you get up? There's no room for a staircase in this building. Or an elevator.
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop. Thank you.
The lieutenant
Поблагодарим Кима. Мы, конечно, сами так хотели бы сказать, но некоторая вежливость должна быть.
Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come down. All under 7 minutes.
That's quite the theory. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus...
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift. How about I go?
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it? I've seen the winch. I'm not blind. You saying that's one mystery down then. An architectural mystery. Doesn't much concern Ruby, does it? Right. What the fuck does that got to do with Ruby?
Wow, man, can we? I mean...
That'd be awesome. I beat that royalist machine 20 times.
All right, all right. We can get the barman to bring them down. What else? Garbage. It wasn't a Sambo artist call. I've been doing this for 10 years.
It's never a Sambo fighter, and it's never a bullet-bending sniper.
Or ghost. It's never a ghost either. Don't worry, we've got better than that.
Footprints. Recent.
The tracks were recent, but not worn down in the right foot like Ruby's. It's best to omit this pesky little polemic for now. Too confusing.
What else could you make out? How recent? What size? That close, huh? How fortunate. I'll take a thorough look at those prints. Good news is, I'm still listening. Footprints.
The tracks were recent.
43 is pretty large for a girl, don't you think? But then Ruby's what you call a butch girl. She's no daffodil.
Yeah, but that's what's so cool about her. It's why we've been thinking...
I know what you've been thinking, Glenn. We'll talk about it.
Titus, you're not really...
He's thinking, all right. Glenn gets silence for an answer. Push forward with this theory.
Firmly doesn't go well with could've. But a route does not put that bullet in his head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one.
Phase 2, murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of it. Just don't contradict yourself. If it doesn't sound like Ruby did it, maybe keep it to yourself. But what if you miss interesting information that way? The choice is ultimately yours. But
That looks antique. A Belle McGrave. It's inoperable. Where'd you get it?
20, maybe 30 rifles, Titus. also broken, but still, there were too many. And there must be other
God damn it. We need to close that dump down for good.
Okay, I see your point. There are guns lying around. Damn it. I thought we'd found all the old spots. Why was that still there?
We just missed one. Ruby doesn't know this place, boss. Just these cops digging up shit.
So
it had to come from a breech-loading rifle. Military grade. Not even you militia monkeys have those. This goes against your short-range theory. If the murder weapon.
You just showed him a breech loading gun.
A broken old broomstick is what you showed me. But point taken.
Time to really close the deal. Show them the bullet. The blonde man looks at the mushroomed Deathbringer in the evidence bag and
Yeah, the bitch is jacketed all right. 4mm too.
Whoa.
Well, goddamn. It's not proof, but it's a possible murder weapon. Close to her. Too damn close. You have been thorough. I'll give you that. Yes, goddammit, I know what a 72% chance.
Just making sure we are on the same page. It doesn't all fit. We are just sharing info, candidly.
All right, keep talking. I'm getting...
Pete, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something?
Phase 3. Motive. The last component.
Yeah, like what? A thing? You mean?
Behind his squinting eyes, dominoes are falling. Fast.
Yeah, but they're both girls.
Girls like girls too, Angus, sometimes. This is one of those times. She lacked class.
Fuck
И
you.
Twitch не будет.
First he says she's murdered him. Now she's a too? It's a lie.
Come on, Glenn. She likes Monica's titties more than you do. Everyone knows which way the wind blows there.
I did. I knew it. That's why she didn't fuck me at Fatty's birthday party.
She didn't fuck you, 'cause you're 40, and you still live with your mom, Dennis.
Ruby then threatened her and told her to end her relationship with the deceased.
This is some sordid shit. It's also the kind of garbage our Miss Aronier puts out to cover her own ass.
Sort of, but he doesn't have to know that.
Figures. But that Ruby is queer as cabaret, now that I start thinking about it. And that's okay. Some are queerer than others. You can still be a Hardy. But if you bring your own personal shit...
If that's the case, then it's not right. But it's not the case, right?
There are many pieces that fit together that way, Eugene. Face it.
Nah, man. That's just Ruby. She's got shit under...
Plus, man, it's like female intuition. You know, women talk to women. Which is sort of why we need someone on...
Eugene wants a woman on the team so they can do their job. That must be hard. Half of Martinez is female.
Not so useful.
Fucking hell.
Betrayal is not painless. Even a doubt of it hurts.
And I suppose you have a theory about that too, cop.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration.
I didn't do it, fucker! It wasn't my
You probably did, though.
it's just a thought experiment. Think, Shanky. You killed him. You got up there, shot him, cut down.
Fuck you, man! I would never fuck my guys over like that! Especially for—
She didn't either. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good. Silence. The old man in the corner. A very small nod. And a trickle of tobacco spit. This is the only option he cares for.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. How she was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I'm probably...
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior, why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that. Friday afternoon, when you first arrived, I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. So I told you. You, as in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes. Sure. Nor, you know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure. She said you have a funny taste in clothes and that you won't stop until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other. Open them up.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having to go on with our lives.
It's not an actual silence. He nods.
You are insistent.
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This caught Titus, this caught Pete. But she was too scared. She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of...
Yeah, Al, and we won't.
She's not really a hardy candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn. A little.
Where have you looked for her?
More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlog. She's not here.
Who's doing this looking? They're all here.
Lizzie needed some air. You're a smart cop, but you're a stupid person. No one goes to tell Efrod anything. If he has to know, he has to know fast.
It's called a radio, you believe. The gardener may have played you a game when she stormed out. She has her own plan.
Sure, there are some shithouses there. A cinder block town. Fisherfolk there refuse to unionize. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
We will start there. One more question. What does Ruby look like?
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a Lowry man. The what now? I have no idea. Boys?
She said she's building a pale emitter.
What?
We were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing Ulan frequencies and a pale something. I don't know more.
This guy barely understands what...
There you have it. Pale something. It'll have to.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Not just granite, tightly packed RCM Sergeant material.
When are you gonna get it through your dumb head? I already am. I just wasn't sure you were.
And he still isn't. People aren't afraid of good cops in the way Ruby was afraid of you, he thinks.
Любопытно. Я уже знаю. Я пока гуглил про этот, как называется? Про место пули, вот там был перерыв небольшой, я пытался понять, где оно. Чего бы не могу найти. Вот я там случайно узнал про встречу будущую. Я потом тут же сложил 2 плюс 2 и получил, что это Руби. Это его жена Руби. Поэтому, видимо, он этот запил и с ним было нехорошо.
You think you have a pretty hot suspect right now, don't you? That Ruby of yours? Notice how it came together without casting too much suspicion on Clasia. It was nice, and anything struck you a bit off about this mishmash? No, they didn't. True. Strange how you conducted the whole advanced ballistics analysis and then hand-waved it. Good point. It is rather rare these days, but do continue. Absolutely. It could have come from anywhere, but you're suddenly so certain it came from the roof behind the window. Notice how this hasn't come up at all. Even Hardy and his boys didn't mention it. Neither did you. That's right. Finish thought. Just finish it and conveniently go on. She's watching you leave right now. You know that. Free as a bird on that roof. Don't listen to this guy. The theory was solid. He's just jealous. Move on. It's no use harassing her further.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't... Nay, I haven't...
Because she's blind, which you seem to have forgotten.
He's a sharp one.
She's being evasive. She knows something.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect.
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other. Aye, that you are, Dark Omen. Help yourselves and your organization. Help the storm clouds gather on the horizon. There's not much to tell. People come and go. Now...
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we...
You should look around your ship. As you look at the floorboards, the edge of a floorboard next to it looks hollow. Space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand. Nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden. You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet. A 9mm bullet, to be exact, fit for all muzzle loaders of that caliber, like your own Villiers pistol, for example. The floorboard isn't interested. Maybe the washerwoman is. It's extra ammunition. She's locked and loaded, ready. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror, a straight razor.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the... Damn that girl.
And without anger,
a bullet? You didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either. Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl. As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into, that girl?
That's for the police to find out. Right then, please answer each question to the best.
Yes, early with the dog.
She probably heard the Lieutenant's Kanema drive by, and it woke her up, just like it did you.
Yes. That is a downside of having a 130 kilowatt engine. It lets the bad guys know.
I cleaned it, like I always do. No.
The truth, sire.
She's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman.
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time. She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cast a few lines, but this time she mostly stayed in her room. How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun. Nothing of the sort. Sure, she was no stranger. She isn't what you'd call a drunk. Even offered me some from time to time. Not that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape milieu she'd made. Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanic. I don't know. Further up the coast, she tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that...
It's a peninsula. She might be.
You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived.
I wouldn't worry about that, man. We are persistent.
Are you sure you would rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in...
The Feld Electric Mural. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
What more do you want to know? Yes, one thing, officer. If you do find her, please go easy on her.
She really means it.
She's a good girl.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks us.
What bad people?
I don't think questioning 4-year-olds without their parents.
Then we're dead.
Hello, mister. Bye.
You see, a slogan used to enter above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon. Feld Electrical. Feld Electrical. You only. There's something in the wind.
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there. Or in that boat shack. In that church tower, maybe.
Why single out this one building? Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in
Отлично,
front
я
of
бы
you
хотел
is
ненадолго
silent
отойти,
as a
взять
tomb.
себе покушать.
Trying to talk to the wind, the city, whatever you thought would happen.
Вот. Да я пойду покушать возьму. Все, вы меня убедили.
In the dusk hour, with your hands fallen to your side.
А знаете самое смешное? ОБС обновился до такой степени, что теперь похож на стримлапс, и мне это не нравится. Раньше он такой был такой плавный, что ли, не такой агрессивный. Сейчас у него прям очень агрессивный дизайн стал, как стримлапс. Мне не нравится. Ну, то есть, миру, все панельки, все вот эти вот все штучки, они все стали, вы знаете, вот как прямоугольники такие прямые, резкие. Большие. А раньше он был такой маленький, аккуратненько, красивый. Все оттащили. Всё, поехали.
Is trying to talk to the city something you've done before? Is it in your secret?
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography, at least. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way. Sector
Спасибо.
by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village.
Что-то наподобие лечо. И котлетку. Котлета респект. Спасибо.
Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you. Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs, in through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below them.
She's down there.
Okay. Why? Right. How do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically. Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
There has to be a way to use brute force. Climbing sounds unsafe. Brute force is safe. Look around and find something to break if the ladder... A rusty ladder leads to the...
Yeah, that doesn't look...
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mount. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground? And you're 180? Okay, but still, the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. What if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder?
Телепортируюсь, смешно. Это, видимо, какая-то шутка от разработчиков. Мета-юмор.
Teleportation is not a thing. This really has nothing to do with adventure. We are dealing... Oh yes, it could hurt. A lot.
He is restraining himself from using a parental tone with you right now. On second thought, because you're just standing there squeezing your buttocks and nothing is...
You're not. Please, don't try to climb the building. We'll get in another way.
The distance. In addition, the first rung. Okay, what if you were to reconceptualize? Yes, teleportation is completely not a thing. Perhaps if you were to instead climb the ladder with your eyes closed, it doesn't crumble in your hand. Your fingers slip from the...
Officer, be careful.
The ladder moves arrogantly, with what remains of its metallic luster.
Enough of that now, officer.
Hear that? You're old.
Так, ладно, не будем тратить свои очки прокачки на бессмысленные детства. Ай, ладно.
The rusty ladder leads.
Teleportation is not a thing. This really has... Oh, yes.
He is restraining himself from you on second thought because you're just standing there squeezing your buttocks.
You're not.
Good evening. How to climb that ladder, you see? I do know that Lomantangs used sticks to climb battlements. There's even a special technique for that. No, I'm just speculating theoretically here. Of course, there's also the method ancient Ilmarans used to get into the huts of their enemies. If I'm not mistaken, then it involved months of following a very rigid exercise regimen. In this case, I suggest looking into the Zeolite Invisibles class. The word refers to their remarkable ability to traverse any environment in the most efficient way possible. There's this excellent investigative piece of journalism by... Yes, I have. There was this one time where I...
Mark my words. All of this somehow ties into the history of Occidental financial markets.
Alternative? I don't even have a There's a sewage pipe there. Maybe that...
Pipes can be broken with force.
No, I'm afraid I can't.
So you haven't seen any...
No, I'm sorry.
There's something... He's telling the truth. He hasn't...
По-моему, тут.
An old pipe peeks out from a building like this. Your eyes slowly begin to adjust to the darkness inside the drainage pipe. The lieutenant looks over your shoulder.
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, it's highly unlikely, and not without risk. However, the pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around...
He means the pipe must be coming from somewhere.
And it's right here, a maintenance door.
The metal doors are heavy, and the flaking rust hurts your palms. But...
Good work. Shall we?
Странно, ну ладно. Ну типа, у них не хватило фантазии, бюджета, чтобы нарисовать.
This isn't just glass. These are old computation components. Yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass. slides with an inlaid nerve. The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river where they were manufactured. The why is easy, because they hadn't come up with modern silicon-based systems yet. For vitreous cast filament memories, though.
So it is. I think it is used to form a single system, slotted in the wall. The rest of the building seems to have been picked clean. These? No. These are old filament memories. I hope you're not expecting to find a device here.
This hat
Забавно.
is so soft, so warm. It wraps around your head, and your mind tingles with all manner of socio-economic. Kraz Mazov would have worn this, Yushenka. Mazov knew where to cook those thoughts. That's why it bears. Glory to the revolution, comrade. Whether you like it or not, wearing this hat has made you more communist.
Мы стали много большими коммунист.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair matched by an ample moustache and sideburns.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like some communist.
The lieutenant does not seem to share your enthusiasm.
Half a century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the... I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted. We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one... I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case. Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always... You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Could this have been the killer's hideout? And this narrow window, the point of origin, this does look like an embrasure, a slit made for shoot. The lights of Martinez shine coolly in the clear night.
It's a great place to hide, and Mazovianism and murder are certainly not mutually exclusive, but there hasn't been anyone here in ages. Indeed, no one could get a clear view. Well, at least we've been thorough. I like thorough. In fact, I think we're done with this bunker. After you, officer.
Вот мы и на крыше. Альтернативный вход так бы произошел. Я про него и забыл.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp.
No. What do you mean? I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure there were... No, but you are the...
It's not a quib. The situation is dangerous.
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock, keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
I leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information like this.
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful.
Yes. There won't be time for that once things go down. Matter of fact, I don't think there's time for it now.
If you must.
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict.
If you can't predict...
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element. Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Интересно. Ну, типа нам намекнули, что я закончу.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
As she says the word, officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways. No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of it. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. All things considered, I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing. It's the U-length blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations.
А это про ту
in
серость,
schools.
которую говорил.
Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the Pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break loose.
The Pale? It's the end of the world. I built it myself.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond. No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
Хорошая музычка.
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through. Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to...
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
По-русски.
You're looking for a deal with my mattress.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
The gun she's carrying is a two-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her, just be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time. The violent white noise becomes even more overwhelming closer.
Как хочет Вы понимаете, что 92% не хватило? Я считаю, это ничего.
Suddenly, your
Просто
entire
не
body
совсем, не
is
получилось сделать то,
paralyzed.
что он хотел сделать.
It's like a...
I know you can't say it.
As she says the word, off. That's an awful... Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Really now?
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violence.
I'm using a...
The explosion blasted from that...
Saw my... A pale light signals are...
So,
Precisely. At the upper...
She likes telling you about...
The pale? I built it myself.
that's illegal.
Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, I stuck my head in it. Yeah, let's not...
So she thinks of you.
If you've got some... God damn it. Fine.
The gun she's... Well, there's only... Be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time. You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no other options. You need to give her options. You know. This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives. She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth, eyes filled with dark intensity. Then something shifts, gratitude, doubt. Her neck and shoulders relax, and her grip on the gun loosens.
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
Можно было ей шлепнуть.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the...
Good call. Yeah, I'm sure. I would have done the same had I not been incapacitated. I have a feeling we didn't. Her tent. We should check it out.
Мне кажется, я упустил возможность с ней поговорить. Ну и ладно. Ну и не надо. Ладно, все-таки поговорим. Теперь мне интересно, а что он там скажет? Типа, если мы не выключим прибор, попробуем с ней поговорить. А потом только открыть.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. It's like a...
I know you can't say it.
As she says the word, oh, that's an awful decision. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing it.
I'm using a...
The explosion blasted from it.
Saw my... A pale latitude. Signals are...
So,
Precisely. At the upper...
She likes telling
The pale? I built it myself.
that's illegal.
Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, I stuck my... Yeah, let's...
So she thinks of
If you've got some... God damn it. Fine. If you...
the gun she's... Well, there's only 3 Be careful when you make your move.
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while. So you found my shack, huh? I'm not...
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
As opposed to the other knives she's finding there now. Hardy for one.
This could have turned out pretty bad for me if you hadn't walked right into 25 bands of ultra-high frequencies.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. Oh, well, I guess I always knew she was a survivor, but she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? My boys? Well, fuck. Those guys liked me, I know it. If this is what happens to people whom people like...
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by? I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
A strong moral compass.
Да, мы упустили возможность с ним поговорить.
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do. You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me. And definitely not a
See her confident gaze, her toned arms. Yeah, she wouldn't have had much trouble in the intimacy department.
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around.
I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings, but I don't think she's perjuring herself. She didn't hate him, okay?
I'm listening. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress. You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time. Look, fuck you, man. I might also have stopped.
She speaketh truth.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain. No. Not since I was 14 and hanging out in the only diner. Why? Yeah, and probably some ghosts from the time of the suzerain. I'm not really interested in supernatural mysteries. Not murder mysteries either, if that's what you're thinking.
She looks you in the eye, impassively, making it clear.
The fuck do elevators have? Not particularly. Why are you so hung up?
That's a pretty good question, actually. She clearly doesn't know anything about the secret passage.
I'm not really into old shit for old shit.
God damn it!
So you know she's not an antiques enthusiast. Not my jurisdiction, man. But it also doesn't sound like she used that secret route at all.
Don't know it, but also...
evaluating your competence as a police officer.
The shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one.
That didn't go super well.
And the gun store, Trigger Happy Jacks. What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal. Sure don't.
A breech loader?
No. This is such a wipeout.
A knocked away 80 front loader. 2-barreled. Not really what you were looking for.
That isn't it.
Never really got into weapons trafficking. Especially not old weapons. They break too often, and you don't want unhappy customers among gun collectors. Yeah, evidence. I considered her a good friend, yeah. What the hell, man? Yeah, why not? I've gotten worse.
Her hand slipped from the dial of the compressor for a moment, almost turning it down. Then she put her hand back. Not yet.
Wow. Pissing, pinball, and now peeping. I'm just not following your insinuations, Detective. If I want to stare at a pretty girl, I can pick one up at a bar. Or, worst case scenario, look at a naughty photo. Who has time to go skulking about the whirling, drilling holes in walls? What the fuck, man? She's everyone's type. She's your type. Are you sure you're not the one who is excited about the peephole?
She's beginning to suspect you've broken into her lorry now.
Nope. Look, she has an effect on people. That je ne sais quoi that makes it impossible not to look at her when she walks into the room, and very difficult to look away. But travel enough for the same reason that she's everyone's type as an object of desire, she's not irreplaceable. Oh, so that's where you were going with this. That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts we didn't want to catch up with us, and we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip?
The lieutenant watches her expectantly.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it.
Clausy only said they maybe kissed. Someone is lying here.
If that's what she wants on the record, so be it. I'm not about to go into details for you to jerk off to later.
Seriously, just move on.
Really?
Is that blood on the ground before you? Are you...
Yeah, really? She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much. And I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it.
No ill will then. It wasn't a problem for her.
Yeah, one time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about... I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy.
By the way, DeLorean tragedies are still held in high regard for innovation in language and motifs. They are also known for overwrought emotions leading to catastrophic outcomes.
Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer. Go ahead.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep him.
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Clausia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna. The view's pretty bomb too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. along with Claudia. It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival. Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, no. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style. So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around? Come on. I never did understand why, when someone dies, a hothouse's worth of flowers has to die too. No, I did not. So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
That really comes as a maybe twist the knife, just in case. Make her more desperate.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going...
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
Не будем называть своих подельников.
That's your prerogative. Drugs don't make people abuse them. Hopelessness does. As for the drug trade, it would continue with or without me. I like to think that my efficiency as an organizer has at least prevented some internal conflicts. Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jam...
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum. Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything.
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a...
Those rings around her eyes. Her tired voice. She's been staying...
Police radio? You've been...
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Clausia's room. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good...
She eyes you warily, as...
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Claudia comes in, she sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her. Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it. No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea. Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys.
Claudia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise. She lied to you about that, too.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be... As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going...
She doesn't want to talk about this. but not because she has something.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me. I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
So this is what she was scared to tell Titus. This cop.
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself. Fucking hell. And why me? You hear it's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Everyone in Jamrock, the cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to La Puta Madre.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the tape. Criminals make up bogeyman stories about all of this just means that you're effective. Criminals know you and are scared of you.
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both. Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough. You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking...
She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still just wait. One thing, possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you sing?
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway? Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had two guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either. One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman, that sound about right?
No idea who these people are. Literally. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Minot. We could either take a room here in the whirling or go home for today. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. Jean takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstein. He can give us a ride.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing to ask me. What bunker? Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. She looks at the machine.
Oh, fuck it. Problem solving.
Ma'am, put the gun down.
Oh, yes it is.
She's truly desperate. You know. This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only... She stares at you, frozen. The gun's gratitude. Her neck and shoulders relax, and her grip on the gun loosens.
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the...
Good call. Yeah, I'm sure.
I would have done the same had I not been incapacitated. I have a feeling we didn't.
Их
The plain red tent stands. The plain red tent. The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled up sleep. It reeks of cigarettes. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiasts.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook. You pocket the worn brown leather journal.
We should read this immediately, like right.
A thick journal. It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed. Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects, and she's got good taste and must have taken whatever she recorded here seriously. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages, the large cursive of someone who writes quickly, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish it.
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor. Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some. The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful. Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. Except, but she is referring to betraying her previous employer. Does this suggest she did it in self-defense? That name isn't mentioned as far as small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M, though. La Puta Madre? M is mentioned on March 9th. Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? The call? Did M call her personally? Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people. The boys, for example. Did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know the entry ends abruptly. The most recent entry is from even when I leave here, if I leave here alive. What's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road.
It looks like she might have been framed.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
He truly does not believe you are. Perhaps his trust is well placed. You aren't. You can feel it.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than we does. Especially if she has problems with the matter. Clausia was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or... maybe she had an accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on her. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask.
Ек.
Stop. Just what you have isn't enough. You'll need more water streams down your pry bar. Or crowbar. Or pry bar. Call it what you will. Be prepared. Make sure you have your fingers reflexively reach for the Villiers 9mm pistol in your pockets.
Then you'd better get ready, whatever happens.
Намекает.
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm. It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect. This is your gun, yours, and by extension.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through.
Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. There's something very wrong with him.
Shh. This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
Peaceful.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene. The Mercenary Tribunal.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
Pig fuck!
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your hand. Shoot him in the mouth. Shoot him before he No, wait. It's good you have that gun. It really is. Just soften him up first. Present an... Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out first. Get under it. I don't know about this getting under his skin. What if he gets under yours? I'm barely keeping your hand from trembling here. Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have, then move down from that. Please.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer, Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out. Rip you open.
Perhaps it's for the best. Him not talking too much.
The gunner. The raddest. The killer. What do you think he does? Smart loincloth. He fucks natives up. Soldier of the apocalypse style.
Easy. Easy now.
Yeah? Who did that? How fucking convenient.
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now? How about the kid? Tell me, the magic fucking sniper, one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead cop marshal won't decide who...
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
Fucking liars.
The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic. What topic? Shots have been fired. Act before it's too late. This was a close call. All right, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Cranor would never sanction this. Who's the commanding? Really? None of this looks like it's going to do anything. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
Я что-то запутался. Кого?
Pops, you have no idea about the rights Crenell extends to us. If I fuck and kill you, hang you to that streetlight by your shit pipes, then that's cool. And no one's going to give a shit about dead loincloths.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something. Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Yeah, I don't fucking act so well. Laylee had a hard-on for making faces for you natives. fucking food aid shit. Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click softly. Click, click, click. The realization comes to you like a picture puzzle coming together. His name is Raoul Courtenay. The dead man's name is no, probably foster brothers. Elise was put into a foster.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer. All sentenced to death by lead.
He sways from left to right, inspecting you.
He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into place by the same sick fuck. Same fucking mud hut town, too.
Okay, good.
Fuck do you mean?
We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic, a nice guy to be around.
Yeah, he liked to chat up the natives. Share leaflets. Squeeze a bit of kip-tass here and there. Great fucking idea that turned out to be. If Lely was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for show. But me, I'm not a big fan of public affairs, Clay Monkey. I'll gun every one of you down for what you did.
Ready to open fire, Major. At your command.
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man. It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down cloths. Who? Lely.
We researched him. We contacted the ICP and looked at his birth records. That was in there. And not...
They fucking put Lely in a leaf compactor, and now these cunts finished the job.
There's real anguish in his voice. A drunken sadness suddenly in...
It's a mindfuck, Corty. He wasn't put in a leaf compactor. They're making it up to fuck with us. Major, permission to.
Open fire. We can't have that. Interfere now.
Our colonel did what he had to do. It was either one cunt or 100 of them.
In your shit pipes, right in the fucking...
He likes to fire mortars at random coordinates. Wipe out mud huts like that. When he gets bored.
He was a good commander. I can see you miss him.
Oh yeah. He would have commanded this fuckhell way better than I did. But that didn't happen. Because Hayseed Bill and Kipty the Kipt here fucking murdered him. Had him stink the village up for 2 weeks after. And you fucks did nothing.
Listen, man. We told you we...
Told us what? What did you say? Who said that? Tattoo fuck. You'll die first. Find his killer. Cop. His killer stands right there. Shitting his pants. And you're I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them. Right here.
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
Играть мы его не будем.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. Now is not a good time to strike. He's looking right at your hands. Do something else. Get him distracted.
She's gone, you stupid fuck! Sailed off 5 minutes ago. She doesn't give a shit about—
Stay cool! Don't do anything stupid!
The company bitch is gone. Laylee's gone. Fuck are we still doing in this shithole?
Guys, I just get in the way. I don't even have a gun.
Hold your ground. Any more of you run, I'll shoot you myself. We're doing this together.
They're huddled close in a formation. Still, the rest will stay, even if it means dying here with him.
Yes. So what? Stupid shit. I know what you're doing. Fuck.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking—
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal. Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left.
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
She left. Her room's cleaned out. Right before these assholes showed up.
We should have arrested her.
Надо было.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this.
Ahem.
A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion. There is a hole in his cheek. Blood gushes out as he stumbles backward, eyes filled with rage and disbelief, gurgling, muttering something to your right. The killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly. An Easter AR-FA-7, built for taking out light armored vehicles. It will devastate you.
Я скорость реакции уже прокачиваю.
You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rude's mask. 0.6 seconds remain. There are 6 little black dots in the tip of the thick barrel, like a honeycomb. This is a knock cannon. It shoots 6 rounds in absolute destruction. God, you're so frail. Too frail to think for. From the corner of your eye, you see he's trying to find a straight line of sight before the rifleman can take you out. In the background, the leader. It's not easy. He has 0. You leap left. A swarm of enemy lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like the lightest of tucks. The man tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke. Watch out. To your left. Nepal is about to take a shot too. At Kim.
God, please.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot. 2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from Nepal's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you. Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet are not human. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant. Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic. With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he squeezes the trigger. The look of vengeance, framed in blood, lips shaking. This is the last thing he'll... Here it comes. Death.
Конец, что ли?
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it. Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like
Здравствуйте. Психотоп. Трон.
You're bleeding out. Stay with me. Yes, keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow, a slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He scream immediately. He's gonna die. No, you say, and hand out your firearm to him. Your hand trembles, and your eye. That's all it takes. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant moves like a spring unloaded. He grabs the gun from your bloody hand and fires behind. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So...
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. And rotting. And being disinfected.
He can't go. Not with... There was a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Played.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it.
The engine of a Caprice can...
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops. He...
Просто вот, мне вот интересно, это концовка или не концовка? По правильно, что сейчас... Да, не концовка.
In the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple from the pain.
Sunrise, Parabellum. It's not ouch time yet. You just got the dopamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
Dramamine. Then it's not that bad. Neither surgical nor organ damage bad, but still under the counter bad.
Немного странно, если не попали в тело, между прочим, на секундочку, на мне броня. Если в лицо или в ноги, то, конечно, наверное, не очень.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day. 2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water. Yes, the joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off.
The close proximity of death must have made the lieutenant contemplate his life choices. He's done with the jacket.
Sunrise parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Isn't that written on your...
It served you well. The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely. Yes, we have also completely failed. What happened? You shot the major in the face. A firefight ensued. Yes. As retaliation, their rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged. Then I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. Glenn did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his...
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name. Yes, he's still alive too. You were bleeding out by then. I think you say that no one wants to party with you, and you warned me. I was able to disarm one of them, the Pole, before she got the jump on me.
Thank you.
I killed her. And that's what happened. This is the one. The Pole was the last to die. Evrard had their bodies returned to Crenel for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate. Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know. 3. Glenn, Theo, Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Theo, he was just too old for combat. All. Yes, officer. 7 people are dead. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies.
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome. We will see.
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a psycho-lo...
Good. You'll need to be. Whatever that is. No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the... Back to that shithole, he says.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site. I'm sure they're worried about you.
That means he hasn't seen them around while you were out. They're not really worried about you. If they were, wouldn't they be here?
I don't know.
He may have some idea, but he's not gonna get into it with you.
I did. No need. Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me. Easy now. How are you?
The lieutenant looks at you, teetering on your feet.
I honestly don't know. We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now, and Joyce has left too. Yes, she left yesterday morning, to meet the board of Wild Pines, or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone, and Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know? Guard confirmed she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up. I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else outside our circle of suspects, was right. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect. What? Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case.
He's wrong.
Okay. Don't be narcissistic. Have the car.
That does make some sense.
I don't know. Yes. God cursed the footprints, not solving the case for it. We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that.
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precisely how easy. We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them. I'm afraid we may not be able to locate communism, Detective, on account of it being dead. Ideology does not have anything to do with the murder investigation at hand.
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Really?
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
No. Are you ready to limp? Good. Where do you want to limp to?
The lieutenant did mention doing more, but also, it's just close enough to endure the walk.
Why not?
Насчет Классе я на самом деле думал,
Another look at the window, perhaps?
потому что
The one
есть
he was
смысл
shot
ее задержать,
I
но
don't
потом
know.
решил,
Can't
ладно,
think of anything
смотрим, что будет, если не будем задерживать. Потому что это, знаете, как ружьем Бондарчука, нет, не Бондарчука, как чеховское ружье. Если висит, значит он выстрелит. Если она говорит, что теперь если предлагает его задержать, значит в этом будет проблема. Потом.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift? I am not drawing my gun. Yet.
But he says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his heart. Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
It's hardly surprising.
see the same too.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion. It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angle, the island in the bay.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point. She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at...
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her? I don't know. At this point...
What difference does it make?
So it is.
For a second he seems tired. He is trying to justify it to himself. The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez looking under every rock and talking to every person. But what else is there?
Not a lot, no. I understand. Okay, let's go to the fucking island. How do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone. Ah, yes, of course. The village.
Officer, what happened?
You're not limping. You're you.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were...
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be...
You didn't only get shot.
Well, good for you. So you're a killer? That's good, I guess. Better than being dead. I guess you are. I understand that's how it goes. Of course. Can I help you with something? That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the...
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two.
Aye.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of...
I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with ether, will you?
That's cool. You boasted your bacterial infection like...
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a...
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying...
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such. The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means...
Aye, aye, Captain.
Please be conservative with the fuel.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks...
And that iron. food and some plants. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Gather the sticks for the fire and build it.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be...
I don't know what those are. They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks her.
Your nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy. They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Because he asks to put the fire out. I don't know. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like people to be there. Yes. I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes. No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What?
I don't know. We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there. Our father didn't say that. He didn't. I'm sorry. There's
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Hello, mister. Bye.
Поехали.
A skiff with a small steering. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
What? Fine. Let's blast SAD FM then.
SAD FM is a radio station specializing in SAD.
Забавно.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. Let's go.
Я думаю, не может ли быть так, что если я действовал в рукопашную, я бы больше успеха добился?
Books and magazines, most are soft covers. Serialized fantastique and detective story, popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife. Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory, that is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints.
Yeah. I agree. Humanitarian sciences. It stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him. Wasn't there some in the communist students' room?
Well, yes. That one student did.
The little books seem inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them.
Whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
Interesting. There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. The blanket feels cold. You feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch. Sleep.
Подозрительно.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an ish. Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only let her go. This is the holy queen of the territories of Mwindi and Insulinda. Think of the historic knowledge we can win her back. How does that fit in here? And
hey. I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry?
Здравствуйте, Грейфуни. Как вы поживаете? Давно не виделись. Скорее из-за меня.
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
she means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions.
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million
She sighs. And what are you doing? Stop saying things like that.
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel
Ну, в целом
documents,
тоже вроде бы
the
неплохо.
crown of immortality.
Времени на все не хватает, поэтому и не стримил. Но сейчас будем стараться потихонечку восстанавливать. Редко, по чуть-чуть, но будет. В принципе, раньше тоже немного было, но сейчас по чуть, в смысле, там по несколько часов, 4-5 раз в неделю.
Oh, this. This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rare.
She looks at the suitcase, not no silence. Her nuptial gown flows in the wind.
Anyway. No, Harry. It's just regular skin. I'm not as beautiful as you always thought I was. Let's not get into.
She does not answer. There's that. You have to say something.
The poetry thing is not going to help. It's only going to make things worse. I really...
I'm sorry. I'm foam. All I can do is foam. It's meaningless.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really?
Я так скажу, Грифунь, я так посматриваю на Steam Deck и посматриваю на Switch. И думаю, лучше.
We don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Ravachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Главное, что так она выглядит симпатичнее, чем на картинке.
With your feet trembling from the steps you took, tepid and fearful, you stand against her. She is not kissing you back. This was not about failure or success. This was always going to be horror. I should not have suggested it, and you should not have listened to me. Her chest rising like a pillow, warm exhalations against the side of your mouth. Her tender soul move feels like soft fuzz. A bird covered the world's most precious material, reserved a delicate wreath on her forehead, pressing into your temple. Her hand does not return the grip. Her body is rigid. A distrust. For you. Nothing, just pillows against you. Unresponsive, but for the taste of apricot. The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours. Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held on to her hand. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
Why did you do that to yourself? You know I don't cheat, Harry. I never cheated on you.
She breathes out heavily, as if something painful has passed through her and shakes her. She shakes her head. What?
No, Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have to see. I'm pregnant. Of course not. I terminated yours. Don't you remember? You poor fuck. Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something.
No, this has to end. More questions. Ask more.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it. That's not what figurines do, Harry.
She looks at the headless found rider between your fingers, and the figurines don't do anything? Anything at all? But I thought, yes, I thought a form of communication when words have failed. Yes, it was a good idea, but she felt obliged by the headless found rider to give you things in return. Things she no longer wants to give you. So she refused. That's how it goes. Your figurine rider idea.
I didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything. I would have liked the headless fallen rider back then. I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day. Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Air. I haven't even bought the tickets yet. I'm glad too, but I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
Ну, должен ли это будет, когда вы встали и у вас голова закружилась? Не знаю, слышали ли или мне, или нет, но я все смотрю на Steam Deck и Switch и думаю, что лучше? Там Steam Deck'ов много, свечей много. Ты после этого еще будешь думаешь еще больше.
It is. Useless.
1,000 times you beat an animal. 1,000 times you've raised that fabric. What is underneath has always calmed you, centered you, made you sane.
Это будет шутка за 300. А у Steam Deck есть эмулятор свеча. Бдумц. Кстати, Грифуня, насколько хватает свеча? Вот сколько он работает? У вас вроде же есть? Нету? Не помню. По-моему, был у вас ведь свеч, да ведь? Вы у нас свечелюб. Нет? Я вас ни с кем не путаю?
In your mind, you could still climb inside her bed. Still the only man.
The morning? I don't understand. Oh my god, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything. I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old, I'm 32. People my age are not supposed... Yes, Harry, I am. Things have gotten much better for me. Now that I am the ruler of the known world.
6 часов? То есть как дека, да?
Already so late.
Интересно.
I have to go.
Я думаю, хотя бы десятка.
tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
It's not. But I don't know why I said but. There is no but. That's it, yes. We've talked about it a million times.
Where in hell? Stop. You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything.
See? It just takes some time. For you, it will take something like 20 years, maybe? It was hard for me
Логично.
too. I used to think I couldn't
Но с другой
live without
стороны, Switch-то делают сколько лет уже. Можно делать версию с более другой батареей. Там же я, кстати, видел Switch Lite какой-то, да? Вот вы, наверное, про него говорите 3 часа. С другой стороны, я не думаю. То есть мне кажется, вот хорошие свечи, там, где, знаете, где можно менять эти джойстики. А, свеча LED. Ну да, свеча LED. Да, ну я примерно про него говорил, да. Ну, когда говорю, что много разных версий свечей, много разных свечей деков. А там, ну ладно. Ну да, но я не знаю. Я так и не помню, чем отличается он. Кардинально, кроме, видимо, экрана OLED.
But I can. Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2. Yes. But that time is gone now. No, Harry. We already tried again, and it...
Is that how it is now? We should just try all good things twice. And not you too.
Yes, of course. I'm bourgeois because I don't want to keep hurting you. I don't know. Please. Harry, we can't be together because...
She avoids turning them to you. They're turning moist now. Her eyes.
You know what I mean. A cop? You've worked there for so long you can't even talk like a normal person anymore. It's always...
Questions? Did someone say questions?
This is another one, isn't it? We're in a tree right now.
In descending order, usually.
It's not just the lists or trees or whatever. You get sad, Harry. Too sad. People can't get that sad. It's impossible to watch.
Ну, я понял, короче. Если покупаешь, то лучше покупать что-то хорошее, типа OLED. Типа OLED. Почему вот я говорю, в лайте меня беспокоит то, что джойконы не отсоединяются. Потому что если они поломаются. То есть так ты можешь их просто купить новые. И вот, опа, у тебя все хорошо. А тем более, так как мы знаем, что эти вот стики, кнопочки, они очень обычно не очень, то лучше, конечно, да. А что по играм, кстати говоря? Ну да, тут в ремонт. У меня, кстати, вопрос насчет игр. А что по играм? Я посмотрел немножечко на каком-нибудь Озоне, какие можно прикупить. Типа что-то есть, но ты немного сомневаешься, потому что что-то вроде бы есть, что-то вроде бы нет. Байонета, ну, наверное, и вторая Байонета есть. Наверное. Наверное, там даже есть Зельда. Марио и кролики есть. Там две части. Какие игры про Марио есть. Марио и Луиджи, там какая-то про него есть. Персона. Ну, персона теперь на ПК есть. А что у нас еще есть? Ведьмак есть. Скарим есть. ДМЦ 5 или обычный?
Other people get sad too, but not like
Вот.
you. You stay down for too long.
Четвертый я бы
You
хотел, чтобы
only
было. Жалко, что
communicated with
четвертого не сделали.
encyclopedic trivia. I was so
Вы
alone.
знаете, вот проблема же еще вот как-то что-то вот как-то вот чего-то куда-то, вот что-то где-то, что-то куда-то. Не знаю, сложно. Могут. Там четвертый точно можно сделать. С пятым еще проблемы, я могу допустить. Но четвертый не известие, это немного сложно. Он же старый. Игра с Нового года. Понятное дело, от Capcom зависит. Но с другой стороны, они с Capcom хорошо сотрудничают. Вон какие игры выпускали. Они же Village, по-моему, выпускают. Там какая-то хитрая система, типа стриминговый сервис.
In conclusion, you're ill. You're an old, insane
Вы знаете,
man.
вот просто на каких-то платформах должны быть какие-то игры, которые такой, ну, которые продают тебе, да, платформу. Или опыт. Вот в чем хорошо, чем хороший, ну, опять же, мы сейчас будем сравнивать именно с Deck. Почему с Deck? Steam Deck и Switch. Чем они оба хороши перед многими другими, тем, что они мобильные. То есть я могу взять и понести. Тем лучше Switch, чем Steam Deck. У Switch уже есть станция. То есть ты можешь ее подключить дома к телевизору и играть на телевизоре. На телевизоре. В чем нюанс? Мне не так много нужно мобильного гейминга на данный момент. То есть я не так много нахожусь где-то в пути. В долгом пути. Вот. Xenoblade 3, да. И там, ну, и в предыдущей части есть. Согласен. Вот. И по этому поводу такой, не знаю. Я, короче, думаюсь про это. Мне, знаете, мне гораздо проще себя уговорить купить какую-нибудь старую версию, какую-нибудь, ну, если поддержанную был версию этого, PlayStation 3. Или PlayStation 1, или PlayStation 2. Покупав там диски, просто у меня есть старый этот телевизор, знаете, этот, который... Как правильно сказать слово? С лучевой трубкой-то. Кинескопом. Вот, и на нем поиграться. Ну, не третья, конечно, на нем поиграться, но первая плойка, вторая плойка. Вспомнить, как говорится, былое. Поиграть в эти все мега-игры, которые когда-то играл. Мог поиграть, но не играл. А где некоторые из них играл. В этих кубах еще что-то. Ну, чисто по приколу. Но опять же, ты думаешь...
We both said a lot of things.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
You need to recite it to her, for effect. All of it. Yeah, put a stake through your heart. She'll get hurt too. Collateral damage.
Please, Harry, I just don't have time
Нет,
for this.
я тебя добью. Короче, я не знаю. Там, кто хотел Switch Pro, получил обычный гейминг. Ага. Интересно. Любопытная история Грейфлуни. Нет, не запустят. Но есть но. Одно непонятное но. Знаете, что меня смущает и на что нет четкого ответа? Наверное, ответ есть. Но непонятный ответ. Знаете, что это? Обычный гейминг. Потому что на Steam Deck, во-первых, ты можешь поставить Windows. Во-первых, начнем с этого. А если можешь поставить Windows, то ты можешь туда поставить и что? Правильно. Ты сможешь поставить и известную такую вещь под названием GeForce Now. А если ты можешь поставить этот GeForce Now, значит ты можешь запустить там обычный гейминг. А если можешь запустить обычный гейминг, значит... Я не помню, GeForce Now были Киберпанк, но какие-то игры там были облачные. Ха-ха-ха-ха.
Okay, stop. Yes. Are you happy now? Then why are you doing this? Very well. I wrote it. It was morning. You slept. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left, on Voyager Road. It was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then, filled to the brim with love for you, hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I am no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her.
The coolest. With your leather jacket and your boot-cut pants, smoking in the bus stop. I wanted you to be the rest of my life that day. And you
Может.
were. Some of it, at least.
Ну там изначально вообще
You were
Linux
my
стоит.
first. My
SteamOS.
first kiss.
Я просто не знаю,
My
а там
first
вообще...
time to have
имеет ли
sex.
смысл тестить этот... Может, GeForce Now есть на SteamOS?
The first and worst
Если
time
нету,
we
я
fell
бы им
in love.
завел.
I will always have that with me. It's a fact.
С другой
But
стороны,
that is
знаете,
all
что
it
на
is.
GeForce Now... Ой, GeForce Now, что
It's
бы,
like a
Steam
ticket
Deck'е.
stub, Harry.
Знаете, на Steam Deck'е можно поиграть
It
этот...
doesn't do anything anymore.
Здесь там в предыдущем моменте не говорился, ладно. Можно поиграть, между прочим, в Elden Ring. Нет, я вас понимаю. Нет, а я не спорю, Грифуни, а я не спорю. Нет, я вам так скажу. Я бы так сказал вам. Мое мнение, Steam Deck, он скорее для каких-то простых игр. Ну типа, что у нас там есть простого? Подождите. Кстати, я вам говорил, я таки решился купить игру под названием Fell Seal, которая лично мне очень напоминает Final Fantasy Tactics. Вот, например, в эту игру поиграть, в какие-то визуальные новеллы поиграть, еще что-то простое, какие-то простые платформинги, еще что-то. Ну уж, что-то такое. Вот, я давно хотел ее купить, я вот как где-то мне Steam посоветовал, Steam, ты знаешь, что я хочу. И я тогда себе добавил, вот. Я хочу в нее поиграть. У меня есть еще коварный план по поводу этой игры. Но пока пока он слишком коварный, то мы пока просто сойдемся на том, что я хочу в нее пройти. Да, я слышал! Да, я слышал про это. Да, это вот как раз та игра, похожая вот стилистически на это все, да. Я же еще и поэтому думаю, о, прикольно. И в том числе, мне хочется понять, насколько мне такой жанр игр подходит, насколько мне интересно играть. Потому что, вот я вам сейчас скажу, мне не нравится, как это все обстоит в героях. При всем уважении к героям, но каждый раз это какая-то полянка. А у них вот там интересные такие вот всякие локации, прям интересные и прочие, и там все по-разному, и там вот прям какие-то взаимодействия, еще что-то, вот это интересно. Я вот хочу вот именно, чтобы такой был гейминг. Экспириенс от подобных игр. Я не запрещаю героям быть как героем и всем, что с ним связано. Просто я хочу во что-то подобное поиграть. И вот поэтому я наконец решился на пыл сил. Мне, правда, пришлось ради этого пойти в Steambuy и там искать ключики. По известным причинам, а именно я не хочу кочевряжиться с казахстанским киви и все остальное.
Yes, let's talk about that too. Let's bring it up, the zoo. In Le Jardin, the day we went east of the river, to the aquarium first. I was sad about mine. It was just a day then, but to think. Were we there now, you could touch my hair, kiss me. Talk to me about anything, go virtually anywhere in the world. Not like now. Now our interactions are limited to pain and regret.
Да-да-да-да-да-да-да. Вот примерно такие фишечки, они вот кажутся интересными.
And my crown of immortality? No. You scared her out of me. With your crying, your...
То есть, когда тебя тактика, это прям совсем тактика. А не вот этот, там лежит какое-то бревно на поле боя, вот оно, короче, и ты вокруг него отыгрываешь, там, может, 5 лучников каких-нибудь, там еще что-нибудь. Опять же, сильно это влияет или не сильно влияет. Обычно тебя просто лучники либо далеко стреляют, либо недалеко стреляют. От бафа до бафа зависит, который ты сам кидаешь или противник кидает. Но это не то. Вот, короче, мы друга поняли. Опять же, мне нравится стилистика. Вот это вот в этой игре, вот, как она выглядит на скриншотах, мне нравится стилистика. Вот какая-то, вот, знаете, легкая мультяшная фэнтезийность. Вот я вот хочу, вот, знаете, вот, я надеюсь, что там не будет какого-нибудь этого дарк фэнтези и вот этого всего. В общем, чего-то такого доброго, ну, относительно доброго, ладно. И возвращаясь к этому, и тут такая... Как его зовут? Не игра? Приставка? Да, приставка. Статическая. Вот, а я как раз про дружелюбный геймплей, гейминг.
Can't you see?
Я имею еще надежды, что они что-нибудь скажут про вторую часть OLED. Или там Switch 2 какой-нибудь, или какой-нибудь Switch Pro. Уже как бы пора. Уже вроде бы... Уже нет проблем с производством всяких чипов и всего остального.
A cheap rental with mold on the walls and the tap dripping.
Yes, I have found someone for whom I can feel the same. A copy of my love for you, only this time he is careful and rich. He will not...
Your heart burns. Through the blackness you feel the trickle of blood.
Harry, do you notice how none of this is very funny? I hate being that. I don't want to be anything for you. I hope the decades it takes for you to get over me have already passed. It's here, Harry. We are on Voyager Road. At the end of it, 300 meters from the stop. We used to come here to rent videos.
Ну не бред же. Нет, мне нравится. Я фанат кроликов и всего. Имеется в виду, знаете, вот хочется вас отослать к каким-то играм, которые вот старые. С игр Сеги. Там, я не знаю, как там называлась игра. Короче, игры с вот поколения консолей, вот Sega, например, да, может быть Sony. То есть, когда вот тоже фэнтези, там еще что-то, но оно такое, не слишком мрачное. Такие бедовые дамы, которых спасают мегапринцы. Еще что-то. Вот такое. Такое вот, знаете, без попыток деконструкции какой-то. Мы тебе просто расскажем тебе историю, а ты послушай. Попробуй найти. или не найти. Не могу найти. Я забыл, как игра называется. Сеги была такая, этот. Это там, я не помню. Я сейчас не могу нормально погулить это. В Steam, то, что вы написали, это игра из Steam или это игра из свеча? Если свеча, то окей.
There. You could not pay the electrical bill. It became a lightless tomb. The years you spent training for the militia, my parents' money, it was not good. "42. That is the light rail that took me to Quran, to school and work. Every morning. It's the same stop I met. No human being should still remember the position of atoms such eons ago. It must feel unnaturally sad. A sadness so ancient. It is shared. Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you... Who says that? I have ruled with kindness, grace, and temperance. It's perfectly normal to have an army of humanity. Besides, you're only saying this because things didn't work out between us.
Stop making her angry. She won't start loving you again if you call her a war criminal. Seriously.
I'm not that either. Can't I just be? I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8...
Lies, sire. She cannot but love you. She has said so 100 times.
That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and am happier for it. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight. Yes. I won't see you, but you will see... Oh, Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental.
Странно, не находит ничего подобного. Никаких тронбрейкеров не видно. Либо прошу. Я что-то не понимаю. Имя. Не, короче, насчет Steam Deck'а не думаю. Пока что не думаю. Знаете почему? Потому что если бы это было так, они бы сейчас не продолжали его производство. Они же сейчас сказали, теперь можете покупать все, кто хочет. То есть до этого по предзаказам, теперь все, кто хочет. Пока непонятно. Другое дело, что вряд ли это станет новым PlayStation, но нишу свою должен занять. Вопрос в другом. Как они дальше будут поступать? Я надеюсь, что Valve как-то сделать какие-то свои, ну, все-таки Valve игры делает должны еще, и сделать какие-то свои игры для, ну, для ПК и для прочего, но чтобы там был какой-то вот особенность была для, именно для Steam Deck.
I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young, and I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum, like I did that time when I asked you for. Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death or war or child molestation. See you tomorrow.
Моляй в нее. Конечно, не потянет. Вроде это не скрывали.
You're up quick. How was your sleep? I did not want to wake you. Perhaps I...
The lieutenant nodded. I understand. We've all been through similar things.
Okay.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and...
И опять же, насчет этих людей с
Old
4К геймингом, я вообще их не
generator
понимаю.
is nested above the ammo lift with makeshift electrical wire. The lieutenant puts his hand
Типа надо
on the
понимать,
metal barrel,
что для чего ты покупаешь.
checking
Если ты
for
не
warmth.
понимаешь, то и да, печаль. Да-да, но может в Стиме нет, потому что типа русские на второе место идут. После Гитлера, я не знаю. И нас загнали в какое-то небывалое гетто, где нам не рады эти поляки из CD-проектов. Ну идут в жопу.
It's cold now. But someone has been maintaining it. The wiring head downstairs, somewhere. Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by...
If anyone stayed here, a hollow ring, the canister is empty.
I don't know.
That is his idea of a joke.
Мне ачивку дали враг
A small
физического мира.
agony. Minuscule bones may have fractured, but it proved... He nods approvingly. He even smiled.
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm.
The wind outside...
Ну, Steam не реды. И Гейб молодец, Гейб умница, Гейб сохраняет трезвую голову. Вопрос это не в них, не в Стиме. Steam на это вообще не влияет. Влияют разработчики. Разработчики не хотят и не продают.
You see a small...
Another part of the island, probably. Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the...
All right, I retract my statement. It was naive. Let's look around and get it open.
Green paint flicks off the monoblock.
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out. Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. It sounds like
This device was used to control the electronics in the room.
We need to restore power before using this office. We should look around outside.
The boat engine. The console looks on as you talk, mute and unpowered.
С одной стороны, да. А с другой стороны, Грифуни, не все поступили так же, как поступили CD Projekt. Взять этих, как зовут этих чуваков на D? Developer Digital? Не помню, как зовут. Короче, инди-издатели. Всякие игры, инди-игры издавали. Ну, они типа нет. Хотят продавать, пускай продают. Опять же, когда разработчики Loop Hero сказали, а мы не против, если нашу игру будут пиратить, если другого пути нету. Те сказали, а мы не против мнения разработчиков. И мы считаем, что разработчик имеет право на такое мнение. И никаких палок в колеса мы этому мнению ставить не будем.
With a bottle in your hand.
Ну, у них тоже, особенно этих деволверов, вот я вспомнил, Devolver Digital, у них же у них там вся эти куча всяких этих, как их зовут, спонсоров. С другой стороны, эмбрейсеры группы, они как-то по-скотски поступают. Там, короче, сложно, Грифуни. Вот в чем проблема? Одни поступают так, другие поступают иначе. И ты такой сидишь, думаешь, да чем вы руководствуетесь? Типа Capcom, Sega, они типа ушли. EGS, они какие-то неопределенные. Ну типа на EGS старается быть типа, ну а мы норм чуваки. Я игру стал. Вы же понимаете, что мы целый час просто убили в никуда, потому что я сломал игру. Пытаемся починить. Тупое говно, тупого говна, пятикратный переваренный. Надо, я хочу узнать концовку. То же самое сейчас произошло. Так, перезагружу игру, сейчас приду. Так, значит, да. Попытка номер 2 увидеть конец игры. Знаете, самое смешное, что? Это далеко не первая игра, концовку которой мы не можем увидеть из-за бага в конце игры. Спокойной ночи. Спасибо, что забежали. Хороших вам чего-нибудь там. Хорошей недели рабочей. Заходите еще. Надеюсь, еще пересекаться будем. Не пропадайте. Поехали.
old cylinder. The lieutenant.
It's cold now. Downstairs, liquid carbon. The kind that's...
If anyone... A hollow ring.
I don't know.
That is his idea of a joke. A small agony. He nods.
Someone who is...
The wind outside. Books and magazines. Most are popular among.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Not that you can tell.
Вот раз получилось, значит должно получиться, не колыш.
Books and magazines. Most popular among.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Oh yes, under the bed. There is a...
Ooh, yeah.
You're incendiary. Wasn't there some...
Well, yes.
The little book.
Again.
Interest. There's a greasy old spring.
Someone has been squatting here.
You force the...
You know, officer,
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. The blanket, you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to sleep. Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism. Okay, but you don't let her win her back.
Hey. I mean, hate. I'm doing really good, actually. Don't say that. I'm sorry.
She means she sighed. What are you?
I'm going to Morova. Just my scepter. Oh, this. This is just...
She looked silence.
Anyway. No.
She does not. You have to say something.
The poetry.
I'm sorry. I'm faux.
No, Harry. We don't have it. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Your feet still tremble. She is not. This was not about her chest. A delicate wreath feels like the world's most. Her hand. Distrust. Nothing. Just the moment is ending. She is going to move her face away.
Ни на что не влияет. Было хорошо, было плохо, пофигу.
Trying hard. Brother, you should put me. She breathed. She.
Why did you do that to your... No, Harry. I'm pregnant. Of course. I terminate now. Go.
No. More questions.
It's not. I don't know. I can't answer your... I don't know what you mean. Wasn't I Dolores? I haven't even bought the... My friends... I will.
1,000 in your mind.
The morning? Oh my god, I can't do that. You don't have to hate the world. See?
The weight is you and...
Yes, Harry.
A tiny golden watch.
I don't want it. That's not what...
She looks at the figurines. Don't do anything? Yes, a form of communication. Yes, it was a good idea.
I didn't ask for things. We both said a lot of things.
It was her.
As queen...
You need to recite. Yeah. Put a stake through your...
Please, Harry. Okay, stop. Yeah, very well. It was 100...
The light of the video.
The call it, the first, and my crown. Can't you see?
A cheap rent. Nothing will.
Yes, let's... It was just a day then. It's here, Harry. There. 42. No human being should still... Is there really anything? Who says besides?
Stop me.
You were very bad to me. I have to...
Lies, sire. She cannot but love you.
No. Light. Light. I have to wipe it. That was someone else. Yes. I won't see you. Oh, Harry. Right here. I'm suffocatingly beautiful. And young. And I... Oh, yes. See you tomorrow.
Вали! Хотя было, мне кажется, получше, да. Ну что делать? Вы найдете вообще мало на что влияющие ветка сюжета.
You're up quick. How was your sleep? I did not want to wake you. Perhaps...
The lieutenant nods. I understand. We've all been through similar things. It can be overcome.
Okay.
He's still worried.
Каждый раз, когда я думаю, что будет быстро, оно происходит не быстро.
You see a small metal.
Another part of the...
The heavy metal.
Maybe this is...
He's right. It would be better to open it.
All right.
Green paint flicks off the keys rattle.
The console of an antique... Possibly.
This device was used. A strange feat with a bottle in your hand. Perhaps this, where it is all, maybe, you know it's going to hurt. In the still mirror, islets and posts, yes, cold and still. But love is warm, yes, yes, yes. No, we're not
Это определенно была какая-то бага.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
A single-person mat and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts. The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Mote.
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This means the same person could have visited both locations. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside, though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window. Quite old and grimy. The springs screech as you lean on the mattress. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting, 1 kilometer across the water. A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Gislain, 33A and 33B. The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags. Rue de Saint-Gislain, 10. The doomed commercial area. The box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop. Sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
Do you have a line of sight to the window? I can see it, through the scope of a rifle. The shooter would be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against a cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
Nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
He looks north, over the fortification.
Where?
He does not answer, just nods.
We should move now.
Место стрельбы нож.
The console is powered off. The dial, an idea lights up in your head.
This is an air-gapped system. Of air, I think they call it. That won't work. No, I'm not. But it would not be very good military technology if programmer ladies could control it remotely. Also, it's ancient, incompatible.
Nothing happens.
We need to restore power before... We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe...
The boat engine. The console looks on as you talk.
Я же нашел, да.
This old cylindrical.
Downstairs.
The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
A dim golden.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
Automatic boot. The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle. The dial slides. An idea lights up in you. You're right. You're not a... The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
After you. I don't know. Don't worry. I have a gun. I know.
Вот ты убивца.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp.
The what now? I can't hear you. I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up Fire Guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up. My eyesight? Yes, helps me see all the shit. I did. And you opened it. How? I should have burned that console down. Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM. I did.
We have entered a world where he said you shouldn't. It is the only world.
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirge. The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating, mental illness music. It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done. It's a Triangong 446.
Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifleman.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, white from the ball.
He's right. Almost no one remembers there was a third metastasis of the world revolution in the Saffrey Empire, extinguished in 06.
They wouldn't like hearing their name in your mouth. Damn dog.
The time will come to win his trust, comrade. It is not now. You need to take care of the gun first.
No. Put it down now.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. Sir, it's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand, he stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness, like a song.
The future teaches you to...
The present.
The present to be afraid and cold. Real music. Real brilliant cult. That's La Révacholière, not your rock and roll misanthropy. Chanson de soldat of the black and white.
Marching song.
There you go. 1 of 3. In Grad, they sang Brave Children, favorites of history. And in Sinyao, it was... some Samaran shit, I guess. How did it go? Something about shooting rabbits. I don't know. I can't remember.
He waves erratically with his hand, annoyed that he can't remember. It was dear to him. He resents forgetting it. His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen on the butt. You see Vespertine writing, burned into the wood.
No one said it has to be a Bernard grave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does. The right type and the right calibre.
He's liking this. The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession in time.
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the... I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The commune of Révachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
"51 minus 8 equals 43.
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was an Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here, 43 years and 10 months. It's not how a human being should live, but I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just
He just couldn't. He nods, but he can now.
What have you been doing during...
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I would...
Always waiting. For her to return.
Her who?
Girl, child, revolution. Always. A waste. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try.
What has he done? Perhaps a confession will lighten the load.
Yes, what? To get things going again? Fan the flame?
There is no flame to fan. There is nothing left of the world, of our dreams. I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted. A second is all for reaction to take hold. Petty bourgeois terror.
He does not seemingly react to what you said. Only he does not believe a police officer is genuinely...
And this was... when?
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds, storm clouds, when the combined might of international capital, all at once, all the greed and terror in the world, tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. Huddled on the floor, the artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room. I ran. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers underground, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality. The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and then you see it. As it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know that the bourgeois are not human. I had to fight it. I had to never stop. It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am it. The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against. Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio, Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone. Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow? You don't know. You haven't seen it. Iblis. The black-eyed angel. How does anyone survive? I steal. Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr.
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns.
You also have Dramamine.
I have been running out of that stuff. There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno? No wonder. All your minds are rotting from the radio waves. I watched the traitors of this city turn the lights back on. More and more each year. Ruins, glittering. It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Flood.
There were posters.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marceau, and others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequencies at night. I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just... So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Belmagrave, useless now.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they could...
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked.
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking.
The propaganda bunker. I used
propaganda bunker.
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with that. A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground. I do. They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me...
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol. You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said.
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
Honor is a feudal atavism. My motive is class. No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army. Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean...
The old man does not answer.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follow the ideology of the commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a knight philosopher of the...
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology. He nods slowly, then another tremor.
No, you're not. You're a liberast. All the real communists are dead. They died fighting for communism. Are you dead? No. You're an inert lump with a...
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology. We have come to ask questions regarding...
The old man spits into the fire pit. There's definitely something off with his body. Something more than just metabolism, or even cancer.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce. I ain't going. Minions of capital. I've used it for
killing people.
It's a gun. That's what they're for. I've used it.
Interesting.
There is no after the war.
So he's continued killing after hostilities end. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. This is what you live for. The great serotonin jackpot. The solution. Going straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like that. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal. Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look at you.
What did I just say?
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate.
Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The gun. The murder weapon. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long... You've been here a long time, Mr. Dras. Too long. You clearly need me.
I'm ready to die.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part. Just one thing remains unclear. The rifle does not seem to have a scope.
Forget about your stupid fucking scope. I don't know where it is.
He lost it. He just doesn't know where it is. Forget it. Push on.
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling on.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons?
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it? 4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this.
Murder. Like a marionette on some invisible string. This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more.
Stupid twat.
The lieutenant looks at you with not this, he seems to say. Anything but this.
Intuition is an aberrant psychologism. It reeks of crypto-fascism. The parasite. Your brain is rotting.
He does not answer the provocation. It does not look like he thinks. Yeah, this just did nothing. But still, somehow you knew it was a communist. Perhaps you suspected it before. The vision was you remembering that. Was it supposed to? The inland sea is dark.
Standing there, slack-jawed, brain.
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybell. There were Maybells in the grass. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Classia's bedroom. Now, you got it. Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. You're not.
Everything is brands with you individualists.
Show me the souls, please, Mr.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is called Sensory. You see their V-shaped logo. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned souls you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room.
The size fits, but not the soul.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really...
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance. You've almost got him. Just the last little push.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning...
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even.
So many this year too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away. Class,
he knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
My ears don't reach the city. With the victim.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crook.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood. Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to him.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. While the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. And so...
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's prepared.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnet.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. Exploit it. You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap the... Start with when he first saw him. It will give him a chance to ramble.
"3 weeks ago, when the rich hag..."
Joyce. He means Joyce.
"Wrinkled up whore. Black sexual morals are a bourgeois ploy. As to pederasty, the party legalized it in '04. My party, not your... So don't you sermonize me, you racist shithole. It's still bourgeois when the bourgeois does it.
Some strange glandular process takes place in him at the thought, like yeast rising.
They moved into a deserted apartment above the roundabout. Radio equipment out for all to see. Reactionary radio playing. I've seen their kind during the landing. Those Occidental and masked phalangs weren't conscripts. Boys like us. They were whites. All they know is to destroy. Barely alive. They like to kill while they're on their drugs. After the landing, in the burning years, I would take shots at them. End them. The worst ones. If I could see they've returned now to show their real face. The face they don't dare show their bourgeois vote. Them. Fucking. I didn't like that. Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the... And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did. And now he longs to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it.
And beautiful.
Her passport and tickets to Villiers.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the...
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible?
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort...
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
Why would I need that trash? I'm not go-
A strange confusion comes over him from time to time. Some kind of aberration of the nervous system.
You didn't say Clausia in there. It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks. And a body. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook? From the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about...
He's setting it up for you. The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
It quickly comes to you.
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines.
Everything in him fills with impossible longing, all at once.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife. Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass. I've been through all of Martinez. Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope. She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
По идее, это как бы уже конец, мы уже почти все раскрыли.
You're delusional. There's nothing to see in the soul of the bourgeois woman. It's the same as the surface. Sick hedonism and desperate. The world is insane. There's nothing to hold on to.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones.
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know. Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something. No. I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of our room on the floor, like she does sometimes. The day after I killed him. Yes, I don't know why I do the thing.
It's as if something put the thought there to leave the flowers.
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, one more down.
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days. Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me.
He knew she knows. She was looking at the island, figuring.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done? You could get more out of him. Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
A tragic comedy. Druggies.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back.
Здесь больше ничего. Попейте чаю. Сладкого.
The familiar put, put, put.
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst. Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat. Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest are intense, like animals, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now, her gun-toting porcelain menor. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our grave. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Kwayamorang, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead. We did good when we pushed him under the horse car, until, in the 30s, those disco whores.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only there was something about a statue and nihilistic
Whores. Syphilis is a disease Philip III contracted in a whorehouse. The statue is an abomination.
Ошибка. Ты написан Филипп II, а он говорит Фёд III.
The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine, cocainum, and monuments of himself. His son, Philip IV, the insane, contracted...
That is technically possible, although Philippe III was not actually...
And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years. We lost 2 million lives toppling that mode of government. And those grotesque statues, too. Hundreds of them. What a keen remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why? Forgot. The party had each of the 100 and some advertising cockroaches used their accumulated capital to erect a new, ironic version of it. Ah, another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy.
Disappointment. So personal.
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass.
Edgar.
He talks a big game about uprising and social base. They must have sent the smart one to some university in Le Jardin.
He's been sweet-talked by this Edgar. They must have met in person for such animosity to have developed.
You can't live alone.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time.
Of course. Maybe the Clears don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up.
I haven't approached anyone. I hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains. Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. I was right about one of those things. 20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzoff. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought. Let me be here. The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the commune of Revachol.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing...
Again? What have you done for Edgar?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them. But he's insinuated there is more here. You can feel it. He was not outright lying, but almost. The connection comes to you like a splash of cold water. Dark, cold water. He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark.
That bourgeois cow, Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leave. And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal. She was. And she was real soft on those money men. Had a Barbara Muscova bag over her shoulder that she liked to bring to work. Called in, they say, on the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain.
No, that's not...
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it?
No, I guess it was not. She couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is. The bed.
Because she was dead.
Just say nothing.
The cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal grasping her tit and drowned. Or bled? Hard to say. It was a sloppy job. And a moving target. She was going home. Waddling. Dressed in yellow. Drunk like she often was. The ruins are black around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under. Heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people. Someone did. Or maybe the cow just fell. The past is blurry. All I know is... nothing changed. Not in the material base, not in the hegemony. There was no uprising, just word.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal. If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk. We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on assignment. We could even extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
A degenerate worker state. Go shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian. My days are short. I will rot away here, in a moral intern cell. I will not take... I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it on Channel 8, 40 AM. Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled.
The same old... There is plenty here to work with once he's in custody. And the lieutenant knows it. He gives you a little nod to proceed.
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank mate. I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him, personally. His mate tomorrow.